Sorry, sharing. Yeah, sharing this. Sharing. Everybody on this beautiful sunny day, crisp but lovely. Welcome to our meeting for the Whangaroa Community Board on Thursday, the 6th of August for us. It's open us with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the opportunity to offer karakia this morning. Indeed, it has been very crisp and clean and chilly. I was surprised that frost actually makes it this fun. And the karakia that I want to offer speaks to that, the heating, cold wind, and the bright and chill of the atmosphere. The karakia tātai. Whakataka ki tūru, whakataka ki te tō. Ke mā kina ki uta, ke mā taratara ki tai. Ki aka na te ata kura he tio e kuka, he hauhu, ti he mamahewa.
Moving on, I have apologies from Councillor Aaron Allen, and I have Councillor Anne Court online. Lena Ann, and we have lateness from our board member Roddy Huffady Pihina, who will be here shortly. Great. Right, moving straight into our public forum. Now, I had correspondence from Marie Cameron. Is Marie here? Oh, welcome. Marie's here. She'd like to speak to us in relation to the footbridge at Stone Still Basin and also issues with birds in that vicinity. So, come forward. Thank you. We have up to 5 minutes to address us, Marie. You might want to leave some time for any questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for the
Sorry, we've got member Roddy Pihina to join us. So, member Roddy, just before you start, we'll go around and introduce ourselves. Everybody's here, just so everybody knows who we are. And who's speaking to today. So I'll start with Lawrence.
Tēnā tātou, my name is Lawrence Whangaroa, the Kayan Clerk for my Farmers District Council, and we are the English Company Relationships.
Tēnā tātou te whare, before asking, we were on the formal delegate for the committee. Got Roddy Huffady Pihina for Motor Coal Subdivision.
Tātou, Jane Hindle for Whangaroa. I'm Jane Hindle. I'm for Russell. I'm tātou for.
Yes, I've got every down to Whangaroa, where I'm wonderfully. My name's in the Belinda Ward, I represent the Waitangi subdivision area.
Kia ora koutou, Tyler Bamber. I'm the Deputy Chair and Waihapa representative on the board.
Kia ora, I'm Dave Walker and I'm the Kirikiri representative on the board.
Kia ora for Joe Alexander for Whangaroa. I'm Joe Alexander and I'm the other Kirikiri representative on the community.
Morning,
Yeah. And we get some entertainment.
Everybody's in top where you are.
Apologies, now you know who you're dealing with and who you're speaking to, so we'll choose. Thank you very much. Sorry, we have councillor Court. Andy, are you in a position to speak?
No, she said she's driving, so she's listening.
Thank you. So my first concern was the footbridge across the Kirikiri River at the Stone School, Kirikiri Basin area. It's in a very, very bad condition and with lots of holes and raised boards. It's very unsafe. It's quite a hazard. So I put in 2 online forms to the council and had no response apart from an RFS number. Normally you get something back to say we're going to be doing this or something, but nothing. So then I wrote to Belinda, and she has also informed the council about the state of the footbridge. So it's just a matter of leave that with council to work out whose responsibility it's going to be to repair those holes and terrible. Anyway, that's one thing. The other thing I mentioned in my email to Belinda was the feeding of the birds, particularly the geese, down at the honey house area, the entrance to the cafe. And there is a man who, quite some time now, has been feeding the birds grain right at the entrance to the cafe and across the other side of the car park area, and he rubs the grain with boots. He does this early in the morning, and he's been doing it for quite some time, but it's becoming a real mess, and the cafe people don't like it either. And I recognise the management of the area down there being shared between DOC and the Heritage New Zealand, but then the responsibility of health and public nuisance rests with the council. So I'm just informing you that I see that as a health hazard down there. The birds, it's not appropriate to feed these birds up around the cafe, particularly with the threat of bird flu. And you don't want birds congregating. Dunedin City Council actually banned feeding birds in their gardens anyway, but the geese, they need to be either not there or down by the river. I don't think the signs would help. But I'll be able to answer. Any questions?
Thank you. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. So is there no signage at all in Conley?
I haven't seen anything about it. I haven't seen any sign.
Chair, have you actually contacted the dog area manager who's based just around the corner from
It's the honey house. It's the Heritage New Zealand there.
Oh, is it Heritage?
I've been in there, but I just think I believe that's council.
But the land is Heritage New Zealand land or dog?
Yes.
Dog. We did have a reserve budget, but we transferred the north side. I think most of us who sit under DOC's management.
Yes, I'll leave with council to contact.
Is the bird feeding just an issue on the southern side of the
Both sides actually. It's the on DOC side as well as Heritage New Zealand side. So it's at the. He's been doing it right at the entrance to the cafe. And so then you can imagine this bird dropping is quite disgusting around the cafe area and across the footbridge. So the birds, the geese, I don't really fit with that area very well.
birds have taken the tables that were down for a while between your front that were moved. to some feed.
Sorry.
It was tables on the level below where Henry's decision feed that got the.
It's not. But this is feeding right up at the entrance to the cabin. Area called security issues.
Through the chair, so what would be a good outcome of this? What's the...
Well, I presume that we need some signage, either directed from council to Heritage New Zealand or someone to say, you know, allowed to feed birds if they are in fact allowed to feed, but no feeding for birds around the cafe. It's a health and safety issue. Signage is must be the only way to address it. But footbridge is a thing that we council need to follow. Yet who's going to actually hear it? It's quite dangerous. It's a trip just waiting to happen. These holes in the woods, that whole words, and no response back to my 2 on birds. Any further questions? Okay.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you.
And we'll follow up with it. Right, next we have the deputation. Anyone else here to speak to public forum other than our funding applications? Then we'll move on to the deputation. We have us 3 lot here from ChargeNet. Okay, we'll move on to our speakers rather than wait. So first up, I've got Crystal Nehru to speak the application for the Tuna Centre, and I'd just like to point out that Deputy Chair Tyler Bamber will not be during this discussion. There's a conflict as an employee for item 7.3J on page 86 of the agenda. Ready, Crystal?
Kia ora.
As yours, you've got 5 minutes to speak to us on the application.
Well, kia ora koutou, ko Crystal Niho tōku ingoa. I just finished delivering a program with Tarangatei, but I'm really excited to head up north. That's where I hail from. That's where my Niho whānau are from. And I've been touring around the country with tangihanga, and this year I'm touring with tangihanga and wareware, which is a whānau story. So I love sharing stories all about whānau. And this one is about my grandma that had dementia and Alzheimer's. And so it was just how as a whānau we had to navigate her illness and the effects that it had on us, and the fact that it also impacted on the community as well. And so I know that with so many families all around New Zealand, I think we've got 1 in 4 New Zealanders. I think it's increasing now that are dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's, and we've been really privileged to have Dementia New Zealand and Alzheimer's New Zealand, which will be supporting this mahi as well. So would love to be able to head up north to come and share this story. It's a solo show, so I'm really lucky. I love playing multi-characters, and so this one I play 24 characters. And it was really beautiful going to the Tuna Centre with tangihanga last year. Just a really beautiful community. I love being up in Northland. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. Both my co-directors also from up north as well. We both hail from Ngāpuhi. So it will be just a really lovely opportunity to head up that way and to be able to share the story with the communities up there. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Questions?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks for explaining that, Crystal. This isn't the first time that this show's been delivered, is it? You've done it before.
Yeah, so I did it when I came out of Tui Whakaari in 2008, and then I did it 2009, 2016, 2017. I have redone the story, premiered it at Bats Theatre up in Auckland in March, did it at the Compassionate Communities Hui in early June, and now I will be touring to about 5 locations over the next few months.
Gosh, that has got quite some showing, hasn't it? And
Yeah.
what's the response that you've had from audiences?
It's been pretty good, I think, because people really like solo shows. And I think it's also, we've had both. I know what that feels like. I had to deal with that with my mum or my husband or my wife. But it was also for those people that don't know anything about dementia or Alzheimer's, that they didn't realise that that's what families actually have to deal with. And sometimes people forget that dementia isn't just a solo illness. It actually does impact the whānau, but they also didn't know that it also can impact families for years. We dealt with my mum with dementia and Alzheimer's for about 13 years, where it just keep declining even more till she was put in a home. So I think we've had really amazing responses.
Sorry to hear that, Crystal. That's really tough. And have you seen it resonate with a specific audience?
Well, we have a lot of students that come because, again, it's also around the crafting as well. So it's not just the story. Sometimes it's the crafting, but then it's Māori families have really loved seeing the story, but anybody that has an aged person that they're kind of overseeing or caring for. We did at the Compassionate Communities and there were a lot of carers there. So it does kind of ricochet because it is a universal theme, whether it's dementia or Alzheimer's or taking care of a loved one. I think that's what resonates, but I think it's also just the intimacy of the story and just how it impacts people.
Thank you. Jane?
Yeah, I was just wondering, having been on that journey myself, how people have coped. I mean, have you found it healing for people? Have people kind of felt it was healing for them to experience this day? Or has it, I'm just curious how people who've actually been on the journey have responded.
Definitely. I think that has probably been the best part because I've been doing the story for a long time. I've started including my families because it's coming from my point of view, but I've included that. And we had one of the nurses and a doctor that worked for Dementia New Zealand, and she said, I know all of those different characters. And the nurse was like, I've worked and I identify with all of those family members. I've had meeting with those family members, each and every one of them, because I get to play 17 family members and all of the different responses that they do have. So most people have identified with at least one of them that's them personally, or they have had to deal with somebody in the line of characters, whether it's the doctor that I play or whether it's the woman from Dementia New Zealand that's trying to offer different support for the family. I don't know if that answered the question. I hope it did.
It's fine, Crystal, thank you. My question to you is, you've asked for $7,000 and the recommendation for today is $5,000. How will it affect whether you go ahead with your show or not? Do you need the amount of $7,000 to make it a success? I know at Rangatahi, the first performance, the matinee, will be free for Rangatahi, that's really great. But I know the cover charge for the second show.
I think it was more, if there was less than that, we'd still be able to do it. I think it was more just to be able to offer it at a price that, because, when you do festivals or if you're doing community, we want to be able to make the tickets accessible. And I think that's always been my biggest goal, is to make tickets that are affordable for the audience members that would love to attend. And it's just to make sure that we can get up there and that we have a roof over our heads while we're there, and it'll just allow us to have less stress and less pressure, because we have We've hemorrhaged at times doing tours around New Zealand because, as you know, the arts doesn't also always have funds. So we've always had to pull funds out of our pockets, really. I've done that more times than I'd like to share, because you probably know, yeah. But it can still be done.
Thank you. And yeah, the arts are suffering worldwide, I heard the other day, so which is really sad to see. Thank you. And yes, it's probably not a group in this room that hasn't been touched by the Alzheimer's dementia stories, particularly now with that ageing population. So I just think that purpose is the members of the show and wish you well with it. Thank you. We'll make our decision later on in the day.
Thank you very much.
We now have applications that are swimming up there online from ChargeNet. We had a presentation in their last month's agenda, you'll recall, in relation to putting proposal for their charges on council land, particularly in our CBD and car parking sort of areas. So over to you, Street.
Yeah, kia ora. So I'm Sri Lockyer. I'm actually Kiri born and bred. My parents are still there, in fact. So ChargeNet are currently working alongside Far North District Council to deploy AC charging across the Far North and Northland. The government initiative, which was to essentially provide a loan funding whereby they provided, I believe it was around 28 million, and that ChargeNet would then have to match that with their loan funding, which we have. And with that comes 1,200 AC charge points that we need to deploy across the country. So I've chosen the Northland and Far North because it is my part of the country. With AC charging, it is quite different from DC charging. So AC charging is it's pretty much a low revenue earner on the basis that you plug in and you charge for about 2 to 4 to 8 hours, depending on your vehicle type and how low your battery is. The areas where AC charging sort of suit compared to DC charging is because AC charging doesn't require almost $500,000 investment in some cases. It doesn't require a transformer or a brand new transformer or upgrading the existing one. And obviously with a new transformer comes a new easement and all that palaver. It also means that in locations that don't have a high traffic count or are sitting on a state highway or in a densely populated area, you can have charging. So that whole concept of range anxiety then starts to dissipate because essentially you're now in sort of more obscure regions of New Zealand and you can still have charging and not be stranded. So it's the way that the government and the rest of the providers are trying to resolve the charging issue across New Zealand without breaking the bank. So you'll see that some providers will still try and propose for DC charging, which is great because we do that as well, but they will stick to state highways or very busy, intensely populated areas to justify the DC investment. So essentially I've come in to sort of put through a request. I've been working with Aya Morris from Sustainability Lead in FNDC to sort of establish what sites you guys would be happy with putting AC into. Now, with AC being such a long charge time, like 2 hours or 4 hours or 8, you want sort of sites that have a matched amenity dwell time. So sports fields, libraries, galleries, beachfronts, tourism locations where people are going to, or trails, walks, where people are going to park up and they're going to park up anyway. They may as well be charging for 2 to 4 hours. And as with all ChargeNet investment, we pay for absolutely everything. We pay for the infrastructure. We pay for all the power that's utilised. We pay for all the ongoing maintenance and operation, the 24/7 help desk. As soon as the charger goes down, it signifies on our system, and we will send contractors in to replace those. The only thing, in order for this AC charger model to be successful, is we do need to install a minimum pod of 6 chargers at a time. Now, in constrained car parks, we respect that, but providing 6 dedicated bays is quite a lot. So what we've sort of agreed, and I've worked with council, is that we don't bay mark those bays. They're essentially a car park space that has an EV charging amenity on it. If it's free, great. If there is a petrol or a EV parked in it, it's shared. Now, as EV uptake increases, we are more than happy to start to bay mark 1 or 2 of those 6 bays, or to at least guarantee 1 bay for an EV charging vehicle if they're coming into the area. But what it does mean is that for those constrained car parks, it is not, I guess, say, for example, I know in, I think opposite the Harcourts area, near that Mexican restaurant, what used to be there, Diablo's, that's quite a constrained car park, but it is from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. constrained. After that, it's, anyone can use it. So it just means there's now AC charging available outside those constrained hours as well. I'll open up the forum to any questions you guys have, and encourage any questions or concerns raised.
Oh, curious. We did actually receive a copy of the responses from it as a result of the last item, last meeting's community item. Is maybe additional questions?
Yeah, I'll just get you guys to speak up a bit. Sorry, it's breaking up a bit. It might be down my end. Sorry.
Any questions? Jane?
Well, I think the same as last time. Are you going to use local contractors to fix things? Because one of the things we've heard in Whangaroa is the charger goes down and then it's out for weeks before it actually gets fixed. And so, the concern is how long will it take to get fixed?
Yeah, so with the AC chargers, they'll be fixed within a service level agreement time frame. Because there are 6 chargers available, it won't be as critical as, for example, a 400 kilowatt charger or a high speed charger en route, where people are 100% depending on continuing their route at that stage. On saying that, it will still have a required uptime of 1 to 2 days or more, depending on the availability of the spare parts at that time. We do have them in the warehouse. So in terms of who repairs them, we do source local contractors. We do need to make sure that they are obviously compliant and qualified and fully trained as sort of repairing and installing chargers, whether AC or DC. They need another level of certification and compliance.
Yes, because some of us come from quite remote areas, and so it takes a wee while to get somebody across. We've got the ferries, and so we've got electricians on our side. So it's always good if we can get local tradespeople to do local jobs.
Absolutely, yeah. And so we are starting to, so we've got some contractors all locally sourced for the existing chargers we have there. For example, there's a DC charger down Butler Road there, and then Waipapa at Mitre 10 we have a charger as well. So we currently use the sort of local area contractors to service those. So yeah, in terms of who exactly, I would need to just refer to the technical team who they source there.
Yes, I have a question. Do you have any data on the utilisation rates of these DC charging stations?
Yep, we do. Yep. So the standard sort of reporting that we provide for landowners are, for example, charging sessions per day or per month. Generally, you want to see that as a trend over 6 to 12 months because you want to see how it basically rolls out for the year, because it is, in some cases, it's quite seasonal, depending on the area. I know that 5 year.
Yeah, I'd be quite interested to know what it looks like at the moment for, say, a specific town the size of Katikati somewhere else.
Yep, absolutely. So we can definitely provide that, yeah. So, yeah, charging sessions, number of distinct users, the charge peaks and troughs times. Generally, we have a sort of more narrow window than, say, petrol, which is sort of like morning it really spikes, then it dips, and at lunchtime it spikes again, and then for 5 o'clock. So it's kind of those commuter times. Over Christmas and holiday periods, it's very sporadic, but it's high. It's almost double or triple in many cases with people traveling, because essentially a lot of people do charge at home, but we're finding more, once you're out and about, that's where you need these AC and DC charging infrastructure.
Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions?
Three. I just getting my head around. It says 6 can charge at a time. Is that off the one unit?
No, so it would be one charger, one AC charger per car park bay. And so each charger would charge a car.
And you said that they're not specifically tagged just for EV charging. Parks can be used by any vehicle at any time, but the monitoring and enforcement of the parking would fall on the council, or most of the ones you've identified are actually council-owned sites. How beneficial is that going to be? Particularly, I'm just thinking about our peak areas and our tourism areas and our events. When people are parked there, they're not going to be, if they're not electric vehicles requiring charging, they're not going to be concerned if there's nothing to stop them. The monitoring and enforcement leaves a lot to be desired because we are very short-staffed in that area. So my concern is around how effective these will be.
Yep, so to begin with, I mean, it's always a chicken before the egg. We're not going to really be able to successfully transition to EV, EV vehicles in a successful way unless the infrastructure is there. So it's a balance between providing that infrastructure, not encroaching and compromising too much on what is already here. And so that's where that hybrid solution or having more AC charging units are a benefit. Not just that, we also, on those charging units, there will be signage saying this is a shared car parking. It can be EV priority, but ultimately it is shared. Like I said, if the concern is we do want to have at least 1 or 2 bays marked as EV out of the 6, then we can definitely do that. And as the EV uptake increases and we see through the data the need to start increasing those number of bays, we can. There is also EV etiquette as well. Ultimately, at this point in time, with the current market as it is, with the EV uptake as it is, although it is growing, this is a good sort of balance in terms of not completely taking over an entire car park, especially constrained car park. By all means, if there are larger car park areas that can support dedicated EV marked bays, then we'd definitely be happy to work with that. So it's a site-by-site basis, making sure it works. In terms of vehicles being in the location and in the bay that is a petrol vehicle, this is something that is always ongoing, and we manage that every other way, like we have also, in shopping centres and supermarket car parks, you've got child and parent bays, you've got click and collect bays, and it's a way of managing that usually on site, and we're happy to work with I guess whether it be a council or a landowner on site to how we could manage that.
Questions? That's all today. Thank you, Sheree, for coming and telling us a bit more. And I'm sure questions will come out as things roll out, I'm sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you.
Bye.
Bye.
Moving on to our speakers for funding applications. Next up, we have Danielle Cook, being here to speak to us from Kitikiti Community Childcare Trust, page 73.
She's on.
Maybe we'll come outside. Okay, so we'll move on to Margaret. Maybe Margaret here. Yes. Margaret's here from the Kitikiti Golf Club, item 73, page 75. Good morning, everybody. So my name's Margaret Neville. I'm also accompanied by our President Glenn Neal and Kevin Hughes, who's our top manager. Super say questions I can't answer. So I've been on the committee of people for 3 years, and for all that time, cash flow. We've got several infrastructure projects that are urgently needed. Some of them are more urgent. The most urgent one is replacement of the deck, which has been there to be on the same, and is actually improved on. So this is the first time, as far as I'm aware, that the club has been in front of this community board. So we're not really sure how it operates. I see that we were initially recommended to be turned down. So I rang and spoke to a couple of you, I think, just said, is it worth us still coming? And the answer was, well, yes, come on, because this has been made yet. So we've had a couple of votes to replace the deck. It's actually replacing slightly enlarging. And yeah, so that's where we're at the moment. I had no idea how many we should ask for, so I stuck a finger in there and suggested 50% of the cost, which is where we came up with the amount between about I realise this sounds like a lot of money. So that's totally not feasible. It would be very great to receive anything. No, we're not the same category as the childcare centre or arts installation, but we do need assistance from the community. We do, I look out in the grants funding, we usually try to pursue trusts. I mean, we've been successful on those. But yes, we need help. Basically, we've got replace the green roof shed, need a new roof, need a new cart shed, but the deck is the most urgent one. Thank you.
Yes. Chair, Margaret, how many members does the golf club have?
Approximately 500.
500, okay. And I'm not really a golf player, so are there other golf clubs in and around this area?
Our nearest source would be Whangaroa Golf Club.
Right, okay. And you mentioned that you applied to the pokie machine people and others. What other options have you investigated? I'm including perhaps going back to the members and asking them to pay extra to do some things like next year. Want to mention?
If I may update it, that has been just come up just recently, and we are talking about going back to the units for pensions, but not for this smaller project. That's for one of the major projects we have, which is probably going to cost us about $400,000, where we have our greenkeeper sheets that are in there. Used to be the old clubhouse, and some people will know that, and they're now really not good by habitation or work, and have to do something very urgently over the next 2 or 3 years with that. And this other thing with the deck just come up and caught us by surprise. So we're actively starting to look at means of funding that major one that's coming. Of course, we just found out our working, so
it's all happening at the same time, isn't it?
Of course. The trouble is the infrastructure is about 50 years old, and just over, so it's all happening.
Thank you for explaining that. And one more question, if that's okay. In your mind, why is the deck has got such a high priority for you?
I think because as a golf club, we have a wonderful outlook from our club rooms. Caterers, caterers that we got just every year. We're beginning to make big inroads. There's a lot of community stuff going on. It would be wonderful to be able to open up the doors, sitting outside on the deck as well, etc. It's just a lot of setting. But at the moment, they can't do that because it's important.
Thank you. Yes.
So you're just saying that's been called off. Does that mean it's not usable?
It's not usable. We can tell by the engineers that it's focus. Which came through the shop.
And is this the end where it's like looking 16 and Is it over the end of the clubhouse overlooking 16 Green?
Yeah.
North facing.
Yeah, I guess, the first thing that came to my mind was sponsorship, and then your members got, businesses that might then sponsor all these things. That sort of project.
Possibly, we haven't just them.
Yeah, because that's a traditional past. Like this. Yeah. The other thought was, I was thinking, how much does the community get involved with that? It's the community boards, and the fact that we put few things are generally things that the community can benefit from. So I just wonder how many events or activities you do that kind of bring in the community in a broad sense.
We do actually probably have events that people might be aware of. I am aware of a lot of people who set a lot of sport in town, which is something that we need to address very often. But we do post on community events. If you want to post.
It's the manager of we just had a review yesterday with the caterers of the things, and in September alone we have vintage vinyl. Vintage vinyl 5 times a year at the moment, which is Saturday nights. Basically play old rock and roll records and suited to the sort of American graffiti type of thing. We have rural ladies luncheon, billiard club, gardening clubs. It's not regular every Wednesday night. We have approximately 60 to 70 this time of year, up to 90 people attending for first nights on Wednesdays. We have St. John's and Hospice have their Christmas functions. Just about 100 odd people for lunches and Christmas. So we have 12 events. Yes, the jazz club, we used to have the jazz festival once a year up to 300 odd people, and that was utilising that side of it, the deck and the north facing. We put on a number of functions for Whale Ridge, who are the sponsorship side as well. They have a luncheon coming up, and they have their Christmas functions.
Sunday roast.
Sunday roast every Sunday night. We have approximately 60 or so people come up for Sunday roast, and all of this is non-golf related.
Yeah, so you don't have to be a member to join it.
So yeah, in addition to that, we have 4 or 5 major tournaments in a year. We have a Citrus Open in September, which is a 2-day event with 100 odd people. We have 4 major ladies events during the year, approximately 100 members. We have the Matariki Masters, which has recently been held. I think we'll get over in terms of that. So
Just got a handful of questions, I suppose, more about the depth and the organisation. I see there's a couple of quotes here, and you guys, I think, have gone for the more expensive of the two. Are you looking to replace like for like, or is this as an extension and an improvement of the current deck?
At the moment, it's an extension.
Right.
But if we can't get confident for it, we might need to rethink what to do. The reason we like extensions is paying their own deck. So the discount.
And you guys are GST registered?
Yes.
And if you aren't successful here, what other funding avenues do you think you'd sort of tap into next?
Sure. We thought we'd try this avenue first, and then just see where we get to. we probably like the back to the stage. We may need to reserve that for
Green leadership. Sure.
that's going to that's right. So this was a bit of a phone emergency thing because we didn't know how this operated. So we say just send us away and get us to come back next month.
Sure.
Hey, just one. Sorry, Margaret, you said you've got 500 members. Yes. So have you got some capacity to increase that? Yes, you do. So what's the maximum number of members? It's a very interesting question, actually.
Probably double.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
The number of 500 is a bit misleading. We would have probably only 150 full-time members. And then we have various other categories. We've got 100 juniors.
That was what I was going to ask as well. I was curious to see if you did anything with the local high school or had any kind of junior young people memberships available.
Absolutely.
You do, yeah.
Yes. 100 junior members. We also have Monday nights free coaching for the juniors. So approximately 30 juniors come to that every Monday at school.
Thank you. I just would like to point out in relation to the issues and the liability on the council do give us some council due to the committee. So everything's just there for this one for changes kind of short and not allowed to have any additional poking machines. So right around our area in our ward, you will see a division number of poking machines. The impact of this is also been quite harsh in the sense that the majority of our sporting teams, schools, clubs, juniors and seniors have been applying for athletic equipment and uniforms, and so they're suffering in the community, which is probably really our focus as a group of diverse budgets. So I'd like to thank you for coming and presenting. Anything over $3,000 you do have to present to us. So it's been very informative, and I'm sure that the outcome will be today. I do have concerns around the fact that these are the number of diminishing assets and any condition assessment that you might be doing in the future to ensure that you're on top of these before they actually then comes to law. I find something that's really crucial, particularly when you're focusing on events and functions within the community and hosting. Thank you, and thank you for bringing more information to our attention. It's very good. We'll make our decision later.
Thank you.
Okay, so to move on to John, in relation to the Kenny Theatre. That's okay. Sure. Sorry, you are. Okay, I'm Miriam. Miriam. Thank you. Yes. Have a good day. Okay, well, Miriam's I'm here and John's stead, if that's all right. Because what we are asking for today is in relation to the youth theatre program, which is what I run and do for Territory Theatre. So we'll send me along. It's really awesome to be here and to talk to you today about a really awesome branch of the Theatre Company, which is our youth theatre branch. I took over the youth theatre branch from Kylie Penn 3 years ago, and I started with 3 classes. I'm now at 5 classes and over 100 students, which is epic for us. So we run classes in acting, theatre for ages 6 to 20, and then I've also just started a song and musical theatre class. And we, so excuse my tiredness, we just opened Legally Blonde Junior last night, so we had opening night. Sorry, I'm a little bit frantic. But anyway, what we are asking for today is we have an incredible opportunity to take some students down to Auckland to represent Kirikiri and Far North. We're the only theatre group
from the Far North that has gone to this theatre festival and held a little class. The theatre festival itself obviously carries quite a lot of additional cost, and as a volunteer organisation, funding is always very, very helpful in that respect. So what this is that there are two parts to the program. I'll talk to the first one. The first one is we have an opportunity to send some students who show exceptional talent down to a pilot program. The pilot program is where these students are in intensive workshops from 8:30 in the morning till 5 at night, working with industry professionals from Europe, New York, Australia, in New Zealand, and they put together a show in a week. And the show is a piloted show, so they are in current working on this particular junior production, and it's recorded and sent back to New York for further work and development. So they're at the cutting edge, which is really, really exciting for them. There is a huge cost to that. It's about $600 for the week, plus any accommodation and travel costs on top of that. So it is quite a significant financial investment. Last year I had the opportunity to actually I won an internship to go down for the week and be a fly on the wall as an educator, and that was incredibly eye-opening, and the work was exceptional, and our students' growth from that experience was huge. It's just absolutely incredible. Then for the second part is the weekend, where I take down our team and we compete. They also provide educational workshops for the students. They also sit in Q&A sessions with professionals. So the whole purpose of the festival is to allow performance opportunity, but also growth and development. So it's an investment into these students and their pursuit of the arts. So that's what we're seeking funding for, is to help support getting our team down there to represent Kirikiri and the Far North, and to support our students to get that extra growth and development that we give to a point, but when you're in front of people who do this as a profession, it's just a huge eye-opening thing. The other thing that I would say for our students, which I think is probably the most important, is they get to sit with students from all around New Zealand who are doing the same thing and have the same passions. And I think that's probably one of the most valuable things, because often the arts kids are the ones that are on the margins. They're the ones that are a little bit different, and they don't always see themselves in their school communities. But to sit with other students who are doing the same thing from Invercargill right up to us is exceptional. There's 27 teams going this year. Last year there was 20 from around New Zealand. This year it's 27, so it's growing as well. But yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. We pointed out that you requested 3,100 in July, and the recommendations to Council campaign today, based on the fact that that would be covering the cost to train and attend. Yes. Yeah, we have for the pilot program rather than for the attendance costs. How would that impact you taking these students? It would be grateful to have the funding, because what that would do would subsidise families. The cost initially sits with families. We do have some families that have financial hardship, so anything would be a benefit, because we'd be able to subsidise that cost. Ultimately, it would be awesome to cover it all for them and to be able to give them this gift of this opportunity, but we also understand the reality is that some of that would fall back onto families, but to have a subsidised cost would be encouraged.
Chair, do the young people get, as well as being a competition, do the young people who participate in this competition, do they get feedback as well?
Yes, we do. So at the end of our adjudication process, the industry professionals sit with the kids and give them feedback on the floor, and then we also go back to another space where others who are in the room, not necessarily doing adjudication, will also allow a feedback opportunity for them, which is really, really great.
And the second question, what in your mind, Miriam, is the key benefit to these kids participating? Because clearly not every single one of them is going to end up as a superstar.
No, unfortunately, it's incredibly hard industry to get. And I know that firsthand. My two elders have got performing arts degrees and they have musical theatre degrees. I think the biggest thing I've seen is growth in confidence and self-awareness. with building of friendships. I had one mother reach out to me at the end of last and said, "You don't know the impact this has had because my child was found with people." And she's back in Legally Blonde this year after doing Little Mermaid here and taking it down. And so it's those kinds of impacts that I think we often don't necessarily see or recognise, but it's that personal development and growth that these kids walk out with. We look back on our students that have left Kitty Kitty Company in the high school, and most of them were prefects, most of them were in leadership roles at high school. We've got kids going on to represent us in amazing things. I don't know if anyone knows Annie Palmer, but she's just won some things for a short film that was made. She's gone over to France and won awards over there, and she's only 19. So, you know, the world is their oyster, but at the same time, as you say, it's hard to crack it. But I think it's those intrinsic things that define who they are as people and their place in the world, which I think is more powerful than anything else. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you help me understand how many students this affects? There's 25 going, but not all can take part in the pilot.
Yeah, so the pilot is a nomination process. So we choose our brightest to send down to those, and then we take down a team of 20. I'm taking 27 this year. Yeah.
I was interested to hear you saying that some of the art students are kind of ones on the edges who are marginal. Yeah, what sort of demographics do you find for those students? Are they quite broad? In terms of, you know, do we have Maori students, do we have Papua students, do we have Asian students, do we have a broad demographic mix of
the demographic is growing and changing. I will be honest, it has been less about Māori students and Asian students. We are seeing more and more coming on board, which is exciting. And I'm certainly trying to encourage that. I have a dual role where I work at the high school as well. So I'm definitely trying to up and encourage as many of them to come, not because of where they're from or their background, but just because they're arts kids, you know. And so we're definitely seeing a change and a shift in our demographic. But, traditionally it has probably been not as diverse as I would like it to be. Charlotte.
Have you sought funding anywhere else, done any other sort of fundraising when you think?
We have in the past. I think one of the biggest things for us is that our people we tend to go back to our family, friends, that kind of thing. And it's one of those things where we don't want to keep going to that pool all the time, especially given the current climate for families in whānau. So for me, we've done, last year we did a massive Names on Shirts fundraiser. We've done other kind of things like that where we've gone. But again, it's that same aunties, uncles, grandparents, community friends. So yeah, we haven't sought anything further than this at the moment, but we're certainly looking at ways that we can kind of keep reinvesting into not just the theatre festival, but also our program as well. Because our program runs all year. So we've been doing Legally Blonde since the beginning of the year and running that to now. That now we're going to shift focus after these performances to get ready for the festival, and we've also got a musical review at the end of the year. So they're working for a full year. That's group of students. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
We're going to go online. We've got Kitty Hawaiian, who has been patiently waiting to on page 64.
What apologies. Busy day we've got today, so it's over to you.
You're still on mute.
Thanks.
You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Sorry. Kia ora. Pētai me mihi ki te kai karake tēnei ata, tēnā koe, ki te puari, tēnā koutou, ka nui te mihi mō koutou puku mahi I te hapori, ko wai au, ko Kiringawa Evans, just acknowledgements to the board. We're honoured to present today, and my name is Kiringawa Evans. I'm the treasurer of Te Tai Tukero Tārai Waka Incorporated, and I'm lucky to have our chairperson, Joyce Conrad Munns, join us, and she's online with me. We will keep our presentation succinct to our 5 minutes. Just a little bit about who I am and Joyce. We are lucky. We are the granddaughters of those who led the Waka movement, albeit Waka Taua at Waitangi under Ngātoki Matawhaurua. Joyce's grandfather was Nicky Conrad, one of the first kaitiaki of the Waka, Papa Hector. We grew up running around his feet with Auntie Hilda, Ngā Hiraka, and my grandmother was a very dear friend and relation, as well as my dad as a po navigator in Waka Haurua. So that's just a little bit about us. Our proposal we're talking to today is a huge event that we are excited to host. It's Te Hauko Maru. It will be hosted in Aorere Taipa Mangonui from the 22nd to the 29th of November. We are looking at least 5,000 attending our pōwhiri at Aorere, and then having workshops over the week over the 3 sites. And the workshops, our target is to bring in 1,000 students from all schools across Tai Tokerau, Northland, whether you're primary, intermediate, college or kura. We are excited to say we're going live next week with our comms rollout, with our online booking. We would love to invite your board, the community board, to, if you're free, come to the pōwhiri or come to the community event. So just you can actually appreciate and enjoy what we're bringing to the Far North. We are special because all our mahi pretty much stems from the legacy work of Sir Hector Busby, Papa Hector and his wife, Auntie Hilda, Ngā Hiraka. The festival is the first Waka Haurua festival being hosted in Tai Tokerau under Te Hauko Maru, the national organisation. We will see at least 5 sailing Waka Haurua vessels, canoes, coming as far as Wellington, Gisborne, Napier, Tauranga, Auckland. We've also got some waka that are in the Pacific or heading there. So Papahotu, Royal Kerr's got his waka in Vanuatu, making their way back at some stage. We've got the Whanongas in Napier going to sail up to Samoa and back. And if it all aligns, they'll be joining in with our festival to celebrate. And our theme has really been all dedicated to the work of Papa Hector. So we've renamed it Te Hekinga Mai. And I'll just let Joyce join in if she wants to add anything there.
As we do in the Far North, we change everything. We change the name to everything. But yeah, we will be joined by a group of 45 Hawaiians, which we have asked to participate in the workshops. So they will be running 2 of the workshops out of the 6 out at Aorere. Taipa, we will have our holoponi come in on the 21st. They will sail in from Tingaire, which they'll be staying for a couple of nights, setting up their holoponi and then making their way up on small waka. So that's where Taipa Reserve's going to hold. And Manganui, we hope to have one of our wakas tied off show and tell, and the big wharf, we hope to have one big waka sailing students out and around and back in again. So our workshops are going to be running over the 3 sites, and it's going to be pretty cool. So it'd be neat to see you guys there.
Just to add on to that, some of our, I suppose, special relationships and connections them from Waitangi. We're there every Waitangi commemoration. We are also have strong relationships with Whangaroa, acknowledging those who started the Mātātua Waka, and we still have those relationships. So we are reaching out. We've got Auntie Karen Williams and Robbie Few and the Kara whānau, the Adams whānau that are in the back, because we've just had the confirmation of comms and rollout will start next week. We'll be accelerating and uplifting all of that, because we recognise what is successful for our event is successful for the whole of the far north and Northland, because it's a special event where we're bringing in a huge number of people. So not only are we doing our cultural renaissance, our traditional voyaging, we also a huge tourism opportunity to further showcase what's special in the far north, what's special to our community, and sharing those narratives that only we can share, because Papa Hector pretty much was the bridge builder who actually built the bridges between us to Moana Nui Akiwa, so that we can reclaim that that history, that we were amazing maritime sailors, and for us to do this right now and showcase Tai Tukero, we're pretty excited, and I don't have anything else to add. I'd just like to welcome any questions. We're pretty strong in terms of we've got funders on board. It's a constant battle trying to secure your sort of goal budget, and then you sort of scale down to the minimum budget, and then we've got a plan for a contingency budget. But we're pretty resilient. We're used to running things on a shoestring, unfortunately, and making it happen. But in terms of our financial capacity, we are sorted, we are confident, and we're just excited to bring this kaupapa event back to Tai Tukero.
Well, thank you for that. And yes, we are very resilient, aren't we? We just make things happen. A number of us, in fact, several of us actually were at the Hawaiian contingency at Waitangi, which was an amazing event. So, something very special to have witnessed and been involved. We really turned it on with our hospitality. And this is mainly in Te Hiku, right? We've been to the other community boards for funding.
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat that last bit?
Community boards for funding. Have you been successful with funding from the other boards?
Yes, we have. So we have got Te Puni Kukiri on board. They have funded. We have got smaller funds that have approved. So thankfully, the community board for Te Hiku, and I believe our community board in Kaikohe, Hokianga, have supported. We've got an allocation of funds from DIA for Waka Wānanga workshop, and we're waiting for our big funder to confirm from Northland Foundation North of 200,000 is what we submitted. What's interesting is in my paperwork that you'll see, our budget is around 250,000. Now that is just for the events on the land, the workshops, the haurage, and there is with Te Hau Komaru, our national entity, they will be funding separate to us those sailing vessels to sail up. So that's a separate budget, a separate sort of proposal, but that's been taken care from national office.
Kia ora, Kirinawa, kia ora, Joyce. Obviously, it's outside of our ward, so I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more of a story about how this is going to benefit the rangatahi from Bay of Islands, Whangaroa, or what schools you might have involved, or just I know you touched on it a little bit, but could you expand on that perhaps?
Yeah, what's key for us is that we're inviting all of the schools. So next week we will start our promotion, and we've got a list of all of the mid-north to far north schools, and so every school will get the opportunity to respond and book in to come to the workshop. So it's not restricted by the geography of just Te Hiku. It's actually open, because it's important we do that, because our history of Wakatoa, Wakahaurua it actually stems from the birthplace of the nation at Waitangi. So that's one part. The other part to it is the workshops are going to be like next level, because we've got the practitioners who are navigators, who are sailors, who are that are going to be in one place. So for our young people, whether you're in Kawakawa, whether you're at Waitangi, whether you're up in Te Hapua, as long as the school books in for half a day, a whole day, they're going to be able to enjoy, touch, feel and learn just a taste. And sometimes it's just that taste that sets that seed, so that, you know, when we go back to Waitangi every 5th of February, we always have a wakahaurua that's coming in. So it's just trying to get more of those opportunities for our young people to connect, whether they're in Kawakawa, Waitangi, or in Te Apua.
Thank you.
Kia ora, what does success look like for you guys? I mean, does it look like you fill every one of the 1,000 places, or does it look like you've got 100,000 people that show up to the 3 locations, or you get, you know, TV1 national news coverage of the event? What does success look like for you guys?
Yeah, we're really lucky. We were able to bring in some amazing facilitators like Kataraina PP and do pathfinding goal setting. So we've already got all of that locked down in terms of success looks like to us. The event is successful. We've reached our measurements, whether it's at least 1,000 in the workshops, at least 5,000 in the Porphyry, at least 5 sailing canoe, reconnecting those strong bonds between Hawaii, the Micronesians, Papamau, and Sarawau, and Aotearoa. Success also looks like about our capacity to tai tukere tārai waka have lifted our ability to host these events in the far north. We have a strong committee. We're capturing the evaluation. We are using this as a platform for the first event after many years of Te Arere being off the waka, off the ura, to launch into events, sailing, moving forward. Because Te Arere, that's a separate project. Ruth can touch on it a bit more than me. Once we have our canoe up here, we're going to be taking more rangatahi sailing. So it comes back to the question about, you know, how does it help rangatahi young people in Waitangi or Kawakawa? Once we have a sailing canoe that's home, we'll be running more wana. We'll be exposing our kids to more of the amazing history and heritage of who we are.
I'm really delighted that you've got some very specific measurable goals. So that would mean that if we did give you the money, when you did the report back, you'd be able to report back on how well you met those specific goals, right? Cool. Thank you.
Through the chair, just reminiscing while I'm listening to your program, thinking about, you know, as an ex-family, because I have been on the Wakatoa for a few years for Luna. Just what Colin was saying, so Te Maire is within our so, you know, it does fit in, and I noticed you've got 3 wānanga, so I'm assuming there's 3 different waihi where these wānanga will happen. I just want to meet to the wānanga. This will go international. And if you've seen recently, we've had quite a resurgence in not just Wakatoa, but also Wakahaurua. Recently, Te Rangi Aniwani will be travelling and doing their wānanga, and they're looking to establish a Wakahaurua up there. So it's sort of bubbling around our communities around the coast. Excited to see it. I had to speak, otherwise Auntie Karen will, you know, twist my ears when she sees me at the Foursquare, so I better leave. Let's just to keep myself safe. Well, no, but the teachings, and I want to, now that I'm speaking on behalf of Auntie Karen, Te Maire is such a significant space, especially with the place of this country. We're talking about Te Whakamini, so before that declaration was thought of, actually, the idea of it was thought of in Te Maire right there at the forefront of Red and White. So just throwing that out there. Another one, there you go, Auntie. She's watching Point of Coyote.
It's a privilege here. Kia ora te whanaunga, ani te memo matawhaua ka pahaka oroku. I just want to had a significant amount of time of Whakataua, mainly from 1978 to 1990, where I sat underneath people like Uncle Alan Cardona, Uncle Hector Busby, and of course, if anyone's been like Whakataua, then you know about the golden spoon of Auntie Hilda. And so, when I look at the events that have been held that associate with Uncle Hilda, and especially around Whakataua, they're not just, I suppose, in little boards. These are national and international events. And the moment this gets out there, I can tell you that they're going to have a lot of people from Moirua who've been connected to the Waka and all over the bay. And you're going to have an influx from all over the place, not just nationally, but internationally. And that's where we're going to benefit, because you can't house them all in here. And that's going to create, I suppose, a good opportunity for us to I suppose, to benefit from it. But I too wanted to make sure I'm not going to get a growling, because, my father was actually in 1987 kaipoi from Waitani, an acknowledgement of him. He didn't make the reunion, but I did. I was maybe a young little kid, 5 years old, into the ranks of Matapolua. When you hear names like Uncle Hick and other of our tutors, Tumawaki, you have to stand up and acknowledge it. Like I don't want to go around hands and say, no me.
I just want to, just while you're right there, we all know Mato Wiremu. You know, he was just such a special man. And being an ex-leader in the army, no one mucked around with Mato Wiremu. But just mihi to use, because we're excited, as we do. We live in the north. We had to go to a waka wānanga and Tauranga. Me and Joyce stuff on the weekend with a van load of our kids. And we stop in Taukau, we see Mukai, and I go, kia ora, Cus, we're doing this, kaupapa, please come. And he goes, are you sure, Cus? I said, we're the old days, Mukai. You got us girls in the front. We don't fight unless you really want a growling like Auntie Hilda growling. But we are he whānau ko te tātou, you know. Waka haurua, you have to have relationships, because you're on a little deck with 11 of you, and if you have a raruraru, well, someone's got to walk the plank.
Joe. Kia ora, Korua. I just wanted to mihi to you both as well, and say that this is actually an amazing event. It makes my heart sing to see it actually coming together, because, you know, I've watched the shape of that place. I've been up there when Papa Huck was still alive, and it's now really a most amazing space that's really starting to just come. And I also wanted to acknowledge the api and tautoko that we've had from Papa Hank and Stan and Joe when we launched the Ataka Thompson into the trust and moved her, you know, Papa Hank's on names on the trust deed, and Joe and Stan were there, and the girls' walker came down. And so, you know, I've had the opportunity to work with Hotu and Jack and all of those people, and this is kind of the culmination of all of those people's energy and effort to see you two bringing this together and making it happen. It is big for the North. It will be huge for our kids right the way across Taitanga, and the international links that it will create. So I hope to come up and be with the team when we come up, when you have your coffee. So yeah, well done.
I'd just like to comment on that. Our uncles decide that we're going to have this festival and we get the hospital pass. That's what it feels like. But we take guidance from our uncles, and we are grateful that they're still present with us, and a lot of their guidance guides us through this. our times now. So we're very privileged in the space we are in. So thank you.
Sure, and just want to acknowledge, I think we've mentioned Whangaroa a few times here. I'm pretty sure I heard the other day that she's about to head off to the international tutor.
It's difficult, but the whole we're talking about this Papa Hicks. Yeah.
The connection with Whahura Harawira is she's a close relative to Papa Hector on the Murray side. So I'm lucky I work with Whahura Te Rangi Aniwaniwa, and I hope she brings back a gold from the wheel.
Also, just want to acknowledge the timing of this in November. Members have commented on the pressure on our infrastructure, which is really important, really crucial. So, just heads up on choosing November to host this. I'm not sure whether it's going to go enough there or what the actual choice of dates was, but from our perspective, our infrastructure perspective, excellent timing. We need to really create these events during our off season and not over our peak holiday weekends when there's a lot of pressure on infrastructure. Congrats to the organisers on that one. Okay, no more questions? Right, we'll make our decision this afternoon. We have a hearing after this, and we'll let you know later in the day if we'll let you know later in the day. Right, thanks for your patience to realise your online waiting. So, thank you, Day. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Day Gamahi. Thank you.
And our final patient speaker, Graham Kettle, is here to speak to us about Northern Edible Garden Trail on page 80 of your agenda.
Well, thank you. Well, it's very good to be here, Graham Kettle. I'm speaking on behalf of the Northern Edible Garden Trail. Been running this for 5 years now. It's been enormously successful. Each year we've increased the number of visitors and the number of gardens. We cover basically all of Taitopa, from up north to Whangaroa. This February just gone, we had 50 open gardens. So that's people opening up their gardens. People can come for any time during the day or the weekend and go and talk, see what they're doing and get inspired by what they're doing and talk to the gardener. I find myself in my own garden experience, this is the most really good Google thing. It's not going to affect such a go and seeing and talking to other gardeners. We have we'll probably won't increase the number of gardens for the next trail. We'll probably keep it 50, but it's getting a bit big for us to manage. And that's plenty of people to visit. The biggest concentration of gardens is within the Bay Islands. And that'll be on the weekend after Waitangi weekend. And we time that for the Bay Islands weekend after the Waitangi, so a lot of accommodation will become available. And also we put up these signs with Waitangi, we hope to keep people stay on for in the garden trail. We have about 3,000 garden visits for last trail. And we did some research, some study, tracked a lot of that, and we found that 40% of the gardens, people going to the gardens and community board, 40% lived locally, and 18% came from either Auckland or Western New Zealand or overseas. We had people from overseas, people came from Europe, America, and Australia. This is actually increasing every year, and we're not actually purposely advertising overseas. I think it mainly comes from Facebook advertising and working on sort of spreading profit. We had quite a few people actually tell us when are your dates, and they book on their flights, and we don't actually put up where the gardens are until quite close to the event. But still organising the booking the flights and everything else. This week we're putting up our dates for the garden trail so that people can have family holidays. Talking to these people, they do A lot of them do stay up, and even the ones come from work that do stay up here longer and see other things. But their time at the main focus has to improve. Yeah, I think that's the main things. Do you have any questions? Oh, well, that's what I mentioned is we're a non-profit organisation and we're totally non-based. So we've decided not to take any money ourselves for our time like that. And because it makes us easier. So you'll see on the application for funding, the total cost of it is quite an estimate of if we charge $20 per hour of that. And the sort of amount of time we actually put into this. We do this for free because the other benefits, other than getting people into our community, the businesses, the local community, is to improve the amount of food security. Northland is so privileged in the world. We can really grow all the food we need for the whole world. And we don't do that. Most of it comes from to the supermarket. And if we hadn't got a lot, petrol in the trucks, diesel trucks stop forming, the supermarkets only have 3 days of food. That would go on 3 days. So it's really important, I think, food security, have more people growing food. And it just needs a lot of people doing a lot of things, a lot of different variety of gardens. People can go to school, people doing the pots, commercial gardens, community gardens, a lot of opportunities. We want really to inspire people to grow food like that. Also the health benefits, the cost of living benefits, and also just for the planet and climate change. We get more food being grown, we're putting carbon into the soil and reducing carbon emissions. Food bowls, all those things. So it's also it ticks all those boxes for the biggest way we can actually make big benefits for reducing those emissions. So I think we've got a lot more food. And during that whole process, for the other people, we're creating high community, getting to know. So I think a lot of people get throughout take our toast, but especially for the family.
I see that you do reuse the signs, so just
we did that on purpose.
I see someone got a bit tatty, and these are placements.
So we did get some funding from the Kaitauri Hopanga for the first one at 40 of these signs. That was 2 years ago.
These are top of month.
So we've lost about 40 of them for various reasons. About 3/4 of them are still really good, usable. And what we want to do is get another, I think it was 25 of these ones. Because I want to put signs up in Whangaroa, but we don't really put signs up in to get Whangaroa people to come to take more aware of what's happening. And then we'll never have signs for the individual gardens because they're quite expensive. And we really need that because people get lost. And a lot of our gardens are in very remote rural areas. There's so spread under Google Maps. And also, I think in a small one, we'll do a lot of small ones, I think 6 feet, a quarter of that size. So they can just put it up on the roadside. And I think that's useful to people find the place, but also, you're driving around town one weekend and you see these little signs everywhere, you think, what's going on here? And people off the street.
And you can create a Google map with your locations on.
We have that on there. We do have that on. We have a Google map. And I think you can even click on the map and give you the Google thing. We have a website. We have a Facebook page which has 2,000 followers.
How many signs do you have in total? How many signs do you have in total?
We have about 30 of these there, and we want another 25 of these, and we've got 60 of the small ones, 31 for each garden.
Less of a question, more of just what a great thing you're doing. I think to have a volunteer group like yourselves doing this in our area is beneficial for our community. So thank you.
Okay, questions?
I should mention one last thing is the signs are mainly in urban areas, so newspaper advertising northern farm style, farm living, what's it? Northern farm lifestyles. Free newspaper goes out to every rural property all the way down to urban North. I think they're a big target for our audience. A lot of people may not see the sign, but we want to get that. We can get a full page there. They give us an article for about $1,000. So that's actually, we did that last year. Very beneficial. And it does go down to all these urban lifestyle people. They see that.
I'm not surprised to see Ken Ross support you. He's very passionate. Even here in spirit.
Yeah. We did a workshop last year.
No, so unfortunately they're in ratio at the moment. They couldn't leave children. So I said to them that means we'll probably leave it to July, and they said that would be fine, and they'll sort it next month.
Okay, that's fine. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break before we start our analysis. Apologies to those that are waiting. In terms of our community. to you all. I'm Belinda Ward, chairing the meeting for today, the hearing, and I'd just like to hand over to from the Whangaroa team to welcome you.
And my point is Papa
Just open up by introducing yourselves so you know who you are speaking to today, starting from.
I'm Lorna Kotu, Lawrence Whangaroa, out to Kaian from Papa Māori and to Team Matapono. My name is Lawrence Whangaroa, I'm with the Explore team, and I am the Kaian Māori for Waiau Islands, Whangaroa District, Kiribati.
Tēnā tātou te whare, he moko puna tēnei mō ngā maunga tātou whanganau. Nā te mea ana tapu noa ni board member for Whangaroa Ward. And obviously here today to listen to these fellows. Wainā kāwau te mea te kia koutou, he whānau pōka kupaine. Mai Ngāti Hene, kāwau te mea te kia koutou. Tēnā tātou.
Kia mai tātou te whānau. Pari hapa te piama, ani te kaitono, Moerewa Kaaka, subdivision. I think I really need to introduce myself, considering you're from that.
Everybody, ko Jane, ko Jane Kendall, Whangaroa, Kororaraka Ahau. I'm Jane Kendall, I'm the representative for Kororaraka, Russell, and Kokoa, and yeah.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Amrita Tukuringa, ko Pukai Tukuringa Hapori. My name is Amrita and I'm the Democracy Advisor during the governance today. Kia ora, Belinda Ward. My area that I represent is the Paehe subdivision.
Kia ora koutou, ko Tyler Bamba Tukuringa, I'm the Waipapa representative.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Dane Walker and I'm one of the members of the Kirikiri subdivision with Joe on
Thanks, Dean. Kia ora koutou, ko Joe Alexander Tukuringa, and as Dane said, I'm the other kitty representative of the
Kia ora tātou, ko Peggy Lena Aho, I'm hopeful advisor of the strategic direction.
Green one. What is that?
Got everyone. I'm Ashby. I'm the facility manager, so we'll start the program with
I'd just like to acknowledge we have Councillor Ann Court online. She's not able to speak. She's actually travelling. And we have apologies from our Whangaroa councillor who sits here out in the so we are live streaming, so she'll be able to pick up. So we'll move into our hearing. We've got the report here in front of us. I won't put the recommendation to start with in case there is any amendments to it or suggestions to the recommendation following the hearing. And I'd like to invite first, we've got 10 minutes each to speak. I'm not sure whether you're dress them down on what you need to do. 10 minutes each to speak, and we do have a timer. So it's not like a big timer, not your alarm clock. So first up, we've got Hayley representing Sports and People.
Kia ora koutou katoa ko hau tuku mo whakupira hau. Engari e noho ana hei ko I Tianga. Ko te kaimahi o Sport Northland, ko te just want to thank, first of all, Anna, who's online, who put together this report for us, and also really want to acknowledge the long-standing contribution of local clubs and volunteers, including one of our fighters. After reading that document, I saw that you have had a relationship since 1957, which is huge, and a big thank to you guys for that contribution that you have made to your community. Also notes and want to give a massive levy to the late jail. But she done with the main the number of sports teams she held out for soccer netball was an awesome but I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also our Whangaroa Rugby Football Club, who later had a relationship in the 1970s. These groups, alongside others, connected them to the park and provided many groups of partnerships and some in the Central Hub for Sport, Recreation, and the proposed facilities are a positive step. However, we know from our work across Taipūwhino and what is happening across Aotearoa that infrastructure alone does not guarantee participation. To achieve meaningful outcomes, we must also consider the factors that influence whether our young people can whānau into spaces: confidence, connection, and cost. So if we look at confidence, it's a key for rangatahi 12 years old. Interest in sport and recreation only translate into action when young people feel confident in their ability. Some parts design and programming should include initiatives that build confidence, such as skill development, programming, social play opportunities, and inclusive environments. May not return to pre-pandemic levels among rangatahi. Please note that rangatahi is quite different. Play is quite different for rangatahi. Connection matters for our 5 to 11-year-old kids. They are more likely to be active when they feel connected to the environment. Whānau-friendly features like seating, trees, and informal play areas in the Simpson Park land could directly support this need, fostering spaces where whānau can gather and engage together. Cost and access are major barriers. Affordability and accessibility are significant challenges, particularly for tamariki, with family not being able to afford the activities. To maximise the impact of Simpson Park, strategies such as low-cost community programs and shared use agreements should be considered along with the park programs. Without addressing confidence, connection, and cost, these facilities risk underutilisation. Embedding these principles into design and programming ensures Simpson Park delivers meaningful outcomes for our communities. We acknowledge that FNDC does not directly deliver programs. However, through the Reserve Management Act, park design, deliveries, and access arrangements, Council has significant influence over who uses the space, how it is used, and whether community partners can activate it. The decisions made through this plan will shape not just the infrastructure, but the opportunities for participation that follow. We know that staff comments in the Simpson Park teams document that there may be insufficient space for nature play and the farm track. We encourage Council not to rule these opportunities out to rule. The desire for nature play, wayfinding, a farm track, and other active recreation opportunities has consistently come through the short-term play engagement and feedback from local government. Rather than viewing these ideas as competing for limited space, we see them as opportunities to activate underutilised areas of park and create a more vibrant, multifunctional space that serves a broader range of partners. Further considerations. We also encourage Council to give further consideration to seating across the park, particularly around the proposed rangatahi space. Simple, well-placed seating would support whānau connection, supervision, rest and informal gatherings. This could include a small number of two-tier seating options dotted around the neighbourhoods and fields, either permanent or mobile, noting that any mobile seating would require appropriate. The intent is not for anything extravagant, but practical amenity that helps make the space more welcoming and usable. We also note that the toilets are proposed to be included as part of the building redevelopment. This is an important access and confidence issue. If community members are not key holders for existing facilities, they currently need to use public toilets further up the road or facilities at the BP. Accessible, available toilets at Simpson Park would support wider community use and help ensure tamariki, rangatahi, whānau, and visitors feel confident spending time. In my closing statement, Simpson Park has the potential to become much more than a traditional reserve. It can be a space that reflects the aspirations of local tamariki, rangatahi, and whānau while increasing community use and connection. Sport Northland would welcome the opportunity to work alongside FNDC and the community to explore how nature play, active recreation opportunities, and community activation can be incorporated into the park now into the future. Tēnā koutou.
I'll allow some questions actually that anyone has come out of the box. You still get through and I'll kick off by asking in relation to your comments around shared agreements, is that within specific homes or just general?
I'd probably pass that over to our whānau sitting here, because all I know is that there's Whangaroa Tigers and Whangaroa Rugby Club. And they probably know more than I do, but I do know that those two different sports codes use that facility. Also, netball, the Bucks must go there and train as well. That's who else I forgot to acknowledge, Albie, the amount of money that's for netball. Yeah, so as far as I know, there's probably at least two different partners.
cheap round.
Yeah, okay.
Evelyn Ann, a stranger to our podium. I was hoping to go last, but there you go. Kia ora tātou, my name is Pamela Ann. I come from Matawaia and Waipare, and my dad comes from Ngāti Hoa. Thank you, Aaron, for the that you've done for us. Yeah, great opportunity to be here today. I guess one of the things I really want to acknowledge, I brought the mana whenua with me today, which is Josie. She's here from Ngāti Pōpaki, and she's the chairperson for the hapu of the area. So I just thought it was significant that we brought her to this kaupapa so she can hear what's being developed in their mana whenua here. So thank you, Josie. And so I sit on the Simpson Park Hall and Management Committee for Whangaroa. And one of the things that we're always mindful of is that our hall is $50 to hire. If you want to hire our hall, it's only $50. We keep it at $50 so then the people that actually live there can actually use it. Otherwise, they can't afford to use it. So when I first sat down and asked Robin if we could go through and get some money so we can get one of these plans going for us, a strategic plan, so we're not just popping up stuff on our park randomly. We've got a strategic plan that we're working towards that's a collective plan for everybody. And one of the main things was to ensure, like I said, that everybody has a place to be and a space to be. One of the things that I do note that is sometimes challenging is that softball can find it hard when they need more spaces because, well, we need more room. So I see in the plan that we're going to have maybe 3 fields. So those type of things where we're all being inclusive or we're all being able to utilise the space is really important. And one of the most important things was the hall. The hall, when I said this to Robin, I said, all I really want is what you've done over at Lindmar Park, that whole thing, that flash-ass building, yep, grab that and pick it up and put it straight on top of Simpson Park, demolish that, we demolished that, and built us a whole brand new one that had, it was 2-tier, and it has co-rooms underneath for everyone. So gymnastics can come there, skating can come there, whoever wants. So then we're not just limited to just our rugby and our league and our netball. So then because my netball travels a long way to go to for her stuff, and it would be so much easier if she could just walk out her back door and go there. So that was one of the biggest things, was to ensure that the hall was taken care of, because as you probably might not know, or you might know, is that Simpson Park Hall is owned by us, by our community, and it's on the land of the councils, which was gifted by Simpson. So it puts us in a funny position with the hall. So it's probably in the best interest is to just grab Lindmar Park and put it on top of us. We're all good for you to spend $3 million there. We don't mind. We're not going to say no to that. Like whatever funding we're going to get for it, I'm saying yes. But definitely we need to do favours, and I realise, but that, because it's such a collective thing. I was talking to Josie on the way here, and she was saying to me, with Simpson Park Hall, what everyone doesn't realise, and what you guys mightn't realise, is that, well, Roddy does, is that Simpson Park Hall isn't just used for sporting, isn't just used for our community events. It's used for other things, such as tangi, such as weddings, birthday parties, and it's an inclusive place. So you don't have to just be hapu, also as a marae. You don't have to be hapu to use the space. You can be anybody. You don't have to be a particular religion. You can be anybody and you can use the space. All we ask is that you just give the $50, and even then it just covers our power and a little tiny bit of the stuff that we have to pay for our drills. So that hall, when Josie said this to me, I really want to be able to say this to you fellas, so you can hear it from us that are on the ground, is that hall is a central point, and it always has been. Roddy had his wedding there, just in case he's didn't listen. But yeah, we had Roddy's wedding there a couple of years back. But that's how significant it is.
Also, I've got Mr. Stringer's old records from long time ago, like in the 50s of that building, and or even later. I've got all these minutes, all of this information that he has that probably would be good for you fellas to store somewhere because we have it all, and it's archival information and history that I would probably be wanting to keep, because he's got other things in there, like he would rent out to Whangaroa Rugby the club room, the changing rooms underneath, and they'd pay a fee to use this. And see, I didn't know any of this until I went through and I was looking when Robin engaged with me, and I went looking through the old records because we've got loads of them and they're old suitcases. And see, these are things that nobody else will have because we still hold all of this information. So we know a lot about this space, and if there's anything that we want to do, we want to support our rugby, we want to support our league, we want to support our netball, our softball, and whatever other codes that our rangatahi can want to do. One thing I remember when someone said to me, well, why don't you just go to Kawapawa? Why don't you just go to Kirikiri and do that? Now, I remember coming through, we used to have these big, massive Halloweens in Kawapawa, and like hundreds of kids would be there. And I came through there, navigated my way through that gauntlet, because there was 400 kids or something. I get into Motua, there was one kid there. He had a old school plastic bag that had the New World thing on it, and he had one paint over here. And I realised one thing. This is why we need events in Motua, or we need infrastructure vested in us in Motua, is because our kids cannot just drive over to Kawapawa or Kirikiri. This costs a lot of money. We don't have, and sometimes our parents can't just take us over there. Because we're in such a tight-knit community, I'm related by blood to like 80% of the people there. So it's like you're just going over to the nannies anyway. I tell everyone I'm nanny parent because I literally am their nan. But it's so then people are so tight in the community that we want to make sure that this resource is available for all of us to be able to access all of the time. We want sport to grow. And how do we do that? Well, by investing in us. A psychologist once said that that one of the places that we must invest money into the most is those communities in poverty, because we carry on, because we're sitting at a table of power right now, and when we're sitting at the table of power with the people that you're making decisions for that don't sit at that table, we are in the deficit here. And so I'm asking that you be mindful whenever you're thinking, okay, let's put something in Motua. Yes, please invest in us. The psychologist said invest in those in poverty the most, because they are the ones you will perpetuate that into their family and their future generations. It will become intergenerational. So I ask that you please invest into us, and those recommendations must be what it is, because I haven't read it 100% because I've been in audit for the past 2 weeks, so my brain's a bit mudgy. And I'm confident that Robin's got everything that we've asked for, and I hope that everybody here, I mean, look at the great turnout. These are all our whānau that we grew up with our whole lives. Yeah, like literally my whole life, because I never left. So, yeah, I just really want to reiterate that to you fellas. And that's me, but is there any questions that you fellas have?
I want to thank you for coming to represent all Mercer's security, because this management plan is not just about the sports, it encompasses the facilities that make it comfortable, possible, and it's probably time as a new last time I was at the hall, I didn't actually go into the changing rooms. I know the history, but underneath there, perhaps the ownership of that building and those facilities is something that we need to focus on as part of this hearing, not outside of it. So I hear you, but I feel you. Knowing the history of the area, the wider area, I think, and just how much people are struggling now. Anybody?
Anybody?
Thank you for everything.
No, I'll give you a play.
19 seconds to spare, it's a record for you. Next we have Irina to speak for Whangaroa Tigers.
Okay, Jina we whaere te whinua, he tamati ahau, o Margaret we whaere, he whinaka I whana e tiri o Rori, I ngā wā ua, the Vice President ahau, Ine te mai mari, ki te kurino atu ki a whetau, me kāna ki te taka. Ko tiranga waiwai o ngā tamara ki mukuna o whio. That's all that. Kia ora, I'm Irina. I was voluntold to come and talk to you. On behalf of Whangaroa Tigers, and I'm the current Vice President because my daughter asked me to be the Treasurer, then someone else took that job, so now I'm I grew up playing netball mainly in Subtitles Park, and actually Lani and I were in the Smith Holiday Camp team. We won a lot because we were coached by Anna and we have very fun memories. I just want to say the most important thing first, which is that the Whangaroa Tigers Premier League team are playing in the Grand Final Stadium, 2:30 p.m. See you all there. And also to thank you, the Community Board and Council, for really giving this plan time and energy and presenting a realistic and meaningful for our community that we work. I feel like it's long overdue in the impact that it will have on a community with significantly high deprivation, high need, is likely to have a huge impact, positive impact to our over a long term. I've just got really a list of great things and a list of considerations. So I actually really love that you listened to the consultation. That it's evident that changes have been made and the voices of the community have been taken. We're very supportive of the plan in general. Of sand-based fields. At the moment, we're at 7 days park use year-round, and our use of fields in particular is limited due to the non-sand-based fields. So we're really keen for that, and also the additional fields that are in the plan. Also supportive of trees and fruit trees, and the shared facilities or facility upgrades, including increased toilets and also play spaces and activity spaces. All of that we feel is going to be really beneficial and relevant to our community and what's already happened. Also, thank you for retaining the current facilities for buildings that are in the park, but also to note that they all need upgrading. Just a couple of considerations for the current plan. So one is to consider adding in lights with the new fields. Luckily, we've got lights now in most of our fields, but that could be considered. The second thing is safety around gaps in the fencing. So we have an ongoing issue with motorbikes coming in and causing damage, and also there's safety issues around that work. So we can just have like where there are areas where they can that could be addressed. I made a recommendation in my submission around just the identity of the park to represent and reflect the rich history of our community and our
symbolism to reflect out of them. So it wasn't a request to rename the park, but if we could include some tūranga waiwai, that was one of what exactly that people. So, well, Whangaroa Tigers in particular, we have loved our club so much that we're at risk of falling through our floor, literally. And so we're really keen with our new strategic plan to have the community board and council support us in principle for a future upgrade. Over the next couple of years. We've found a way to save you money or repurpose your own money, actually. So we've applied to the Bywater Fund for tree planting within the park, and we'd be really keen to work with the other park communities and council to implement that. Other than that, we just feel like this is going to be huge. It's really important to have a nice big plan, like Pam said, for everyone. And agree that we actually can't afford to come to places like Whangaroa to places. Just for Whangaroa Tigers, it costed it at $100,000 that our members are paying to travel. Just at one. So,
I'm not sure if I'm asking the right person the right question, but in the paper we've got, there is mention of somebody asking to move the league field towards Learning Street, and then the comment is an alternative solution so the rugby union size. It's common for the number 2 field to be slightly smaller. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that statement.
Thank you for the question. So, my understanding of the Whangaroa Tigers is that we are happy with how the fields are proposed within the plan.
Right.
However, where the Tigers League covers, there's also a plan for parking to go along the top. Ideally, for us, we would swap those in future. So, ideally, we would have the club running along that top, you know what I mean, where we currently park, and then have the parking down the other side. It just works better logistically and also for viewing games. Yeah, there's 2 nets with the so the difference is would like to acknowledge Tiffany and work together at this holiday camp and sponsored you this. Thank you, Jay. And my affiliation was actually with the two groups. Bringing back memories for me. And it seems to be fond memories actually. It's quite an emotional thing for us locals sitting here. Remembering how we've been our sports as well and how we moved in the communities, and in those days we were jumping on the steep train from Whangaroa to get to Kaukau to get groceries. So, we reconnect as a board throughout the understand what this means to I think the efficiency heading, thank you. We've got Lee Ningful next. We've got Lee.
Yes, just to clarify that the July 2025 was the plan that went out for consultation. That plan, and the June 2026 was amended in response to this. So page 15, amended plan. That says June 2020. Yes, June 2026.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Ian Eckford. I grew up in Whangaroa down Station Road. I went into the park. Family home. Lived there for 25 years. Mum and Dad, Laurie and Alexis Eckford. Sure those from the know them very well. So I've been a program club member, coach, administrator for about 40 years. Third generation of my whānau to play club. My son being the fourth. It's it's something that love our sport and team. The history of our club. I have to correct Haley there. We're 103 years old. Wow. We had our centenary in 2023, so clearly we're so old that not even in council records. And those of you that were attended, actually, pretty big meeting. What I like about the plan, I like Robin's amended plan that you were all looking at just then, the updated one. The second page. It's just a few minor adjustments that she made, but after the schools recommendations, the use of that one pretty, and it's for everybody up in the front for the updated plan. Seeing the pensions throughout the consultation period also. Robin's probably sick of me, but for the last couple of years I've been constantly contact for adjusting and readjusting things. So I think we've gone to a nice even spot where everybody went in their ups and pretty happy with what's presented. From our point of view, we were a big picture of that fourth field. Like you saw number 2, whatever that 2 size, just that we've reached capacity with our single field that we use. Those familiar with the area know that our field's pretty horrible. Part of the winter season, it's pretty thrashed, and that's backed up by the recreation consultants report that the council carried out. See, somewhere there was a recommendation that that first field be accepted and a plan. Sure, we'll make the details of that plan though. And I think, like anyone said, we have a good working relationship with Tigers. We're currently clubs there at the moment in terms of sports, like the club houses. And we work well together. We share changing rooms, art. We house too many teams, too many games. But it's just getting a bit extra space, future shared club rooms, field space. I think would be real beneficial for the community. Challenge that comes out of our region is huge. And I agree with Whangaroa here that having them travel to Whangaroa, hopefully by fire for representative trainings, they're all pretty powerful. That's hard. I acknowledge North Rugby's here today to talk about this, but they use our grounds regularly for representative trainings just because we're quite central. It's Whangaroa by far we can't want to help centre of the universe, I think. So I agree pretty much with the plan. Rangatahi, in terms of the Rangatahi space, I think there's a nice little spot set aside for them. I understand space is tight, but in all honesty, I think having it there suitable along with trees and seating and anything bigger like a pump track or anything like that. I think there's a park just down the road. There's a park that there's space for that. And probably more visibility for the main road. Keep our little hoons well watched. Yeah, so the park a bit off the main drag, and finally get up the steps. So, yeah, that's it from me.
Not to be.
Questions? No, thank you. We've got Wayne up next. Wayne's speaking also to progress. Wayne? Oh, you have a question?
Kia ora koutou, Wayne Martin. Pretty, my submission was rugby. I'll probably talk a lot more around the history. I just want to acknowledge Pam was acknowledging Sound Stringer. But I also want to acknowledge Webb and Nash. So some might remember that he's had a very strong water athletics club around him. And I think the neck might be still under there quite good somewhere with a long jump used to be. Yeah. I used to be one in that club years ago. But I also grew up with my mother running the canteen at the netball. And finally on the college, I would see people, you would probably be there, right? But your mother that used to be there all the time. I just want to acknowledge those people at netball as well. They were very, very strong. Used to turn in the station road and go, come to parking, I'll drop you off and carry on. My role now is one of the coaches at Water Rugby. Why I do that is to provide a platform for our rangatahi and our athletes to express themselves through sport. And to do that, we need these sort of facilities. And it's been spoken about how tough it is to get our people or our rangatahi to places where they can express themselves. So to upgrade Simpson Park, and I was mentioned at the centre of the universe, so now hour 20 from Kaitaia, hour 20 from Dago, hour 20 from Kaiwaka, it is centre for rep teams to train, to come to. By upgrading facilities, the amount of rangatahi teams that are there at the moment, you go on a Saturday, it's full of junior rugby. You go on a Sundays, it's full of junior league. If we would have a facility for the netball to come back, I can guarantee you it'd be full every other day of the week. I look at softball, and you got 3 diamonds going in the summer. On a weekday, you got people playing touch. And then at the hall, there's always something happening at the hall. Even just last Sunday at 70th birthday for our Whangaroa, housing going on, community meetings going on. It's just such a great facility. And I look back through history of the fire brigade that I looked after in Kaupapa. They used to have their honours evenings and stuff at Simpson Park. So Simpson Park is the community. It is a real focal point for the valley. So I totally support anything that happens to that park. Support the extra field, support Tigers, how they want to move forward, changing a couple of things, support Cam with lifting up Lumbai Park and dropping it on there. Anything to help Manu in that valley, I support. Thank you for giving me the time to speak to you today in support of the redevelopment project.
lastly, I think we get Kylie. Kylie Napa.
Hello everyone, ko kare toko ingoa, no kirikiri aho. First, I just want to acknowledge Erin for this meeting earlier. I also want to acknowledge anyone and all people that have actually used these grounds we're talking about from the past. There would have been many groups going through there, but I just want to acknowledge them as well. I do want to acknowledge, just in general, just sporty, all volunteers in any space, whether sports or halls. If you love one sport, you love them all. I know I'm wearing this at the moment, particularly hard, but that's what happens, right? You're in one sport, you're in for the ball. So I just want to acknowledge everyone that works in that space, because unlike me, most people are doing it as well in a voluntary space. I'm lucky now that I'm on a payroll, but I used to be in that space, so I feel they're playing every day because I know what it was like. But also really want to acknowledge the council and the community board. So coming from Kirikiri, who got pushed out of their space and put into another space, I really want to acknowledge the work that's been put in, especially with Robin and all of you actually listening to the users and talking to them. We just basically got told many years ago, you're moving, this is what's happening, this is how it's working, and I just love that these guys have had a real chance to consult on this as a whole collective, just not just one sport, but every sport. And certainly when I think about the impacts having new premises had on Kirikiri, and I know we were this growing town, this town that, apparently there's all this money pumped into it, and I live here and I love it, but we were always going to get our kids to sport regardless of where we were playing. We had what we needed, but that impact, you can't underestimate it. We got this new facility down there at Kirikiri, an extra field compared to what we had down on the domain here. I see what's happening now at Waipapa now, and I that comes with it when you get something new, and Kirikiri gets a lot of things new, let's be really frank and honest. That was a lot for our partner here to even acknowledge that we've got this premise, people like us, people love sport, we've got that. And I don't want anyone to underestimate what this development will do for anyone in the community. So when people talk about costs and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, well, why not? Like, again, when it comes to Northern Rugby, we're wide, right? So we go from Wellsford all the way up to Cal. And it's a long way for people to travel, as we know, when they're playing sport. Right from our under-14s up, they have to either go to Kaitoa or they go to Wellsford, or they used, in the old days when we had all the numbers, we just stayed in the day, right? And they are first, always have been. But ultimately now, the reality is, cost is a major factor on my kids up in sport, because it's time to grow up everywhere. So when everyone talks about all these costs, you're really not. It's your turn. It's your time. And when you think of your home, like, I've never ever been to any of these people's houses, but I've seen every single one of them at the rugby grounds or the league grounds. That is home to us. My kids grow up on Kirikiri grounds. They probably think that's their house. They probably know the code and everything and know how to break in. That's what happens, right? Because it becomes your home. And it's time, to be really honest, it's time for their home to be upgraded. And so if this was a council flat, it would be no different. It's time to put some energy into your town and give it what it's due. So that's what I'm here for. Not just for rugby, like I said, I'm here for all the codes. I love that Lee could get their 2 full fields. I love that, Lee came to me 2 years ago with the first plan. I love that, rugby will have the opportunity to use 2 fields. But they won't just be your guys' fields, they'll be everyone. Like you said, softball, I love that PNC support in the hall, because, like I said, it becomes home. That whole place is home. Your kids probably think that already, but when home gets an uplift, everybody loves their home more, right? So I guess that, for me, I don't want to underestimate the impact that this will have on this community. You'll always have some local support, and so will we. And so it's soccer, and so any sport that wants to play on that field will always have a support and backing. I wish everyone luck, and I'm really excited that this is going to happen for everyone outside, and just keep it with you, right? It's collectively with sport, but collectively we will all be stronger together, and the more that we can bring factor into their adult life, it's going to be a busting along. Thank you. Any questions?
So then I can start to actually go.
I don't really have a question, but I do have some acknowledgements. We started this process when we actually had our rangatahi. The Simpson Park rangatahi group who actually for 6 weeks underneath some rigorous training with Robin and I were there, and of course healthy families. And so, we up to this result, but we have to always acknowledge those who, I suppose, kicked the ball first. And I just want to take note and acknowledge the rangatahi. I also want to acknowledge everyone that's in the room for your presence, for your dedication to our community. And, I remember the old athletics with Mr. Mortimer and all of them. I remember the long jump. I remember I remember all of it because I spent my entire life down there into Matamakuku. But like Pam said, Simpson Park is more than a park. It's like a lot of people mentioned. It was our first hub. That's where our community always went, even when they were staying down the bottom at Tunatau. I hear my auntie talking about how they used to go up there and watch the fireworks because they're raising money for the hall. And so it's, for me, it's been a long time coming. But in order to get here, I have to acknowledge all of you and the people that came before you, that were in the Moiwa Bulls, that were in the Tiger, that were in the softball, because without yous, there is no Simpson Park. And so I just wanted to just get up and acknowledge each and every one of you, and even Pam and our kaitaki from Ngāti Te Ara, Ngāti Kōpaki, Joe, working alongside the youth, and at the same time working with Ngāti Hini. It's been a privilege and an honour. And I think when we do things like this, I think that's something that needs to be inclusive, because when you capture the community, you capture the mana of the haputanga, and then we get a really beautiful picture. And you can at least say then that you, I suppose, captured the connectivity of our community of Moeroa. But in saying that, Moeroa is a lot larger than Moeroa. And so I just wanted just to acknowledge this. And the other thing I wanted to do was to acknowledge the board, because without the decision to do the, I suppose, the recreational management plan, and the directive was given from the board, but then none of us would be here today. And I'm here with you, Koto.
As a driver for your community movements, and Robin for all the hours that we specialist in the field on reserves and management things, so we need to look at relations. It's really important that I think we as a group, 15 projects without very small amounts of funding there. We actually have about 890,000 a year. The whole year, total rate into one mission. A lot of funding applications, and on top of that, we have a private fund for placemaking for this sort of thing. The communities are willing to collaborate and drive something, and that's the most important thing, to have the passion to want to be involved. Volunteers are everywhere, but they're often in silos. Lots of volunteer groups doing some other things, some other areas, but getting them together is not impossible. We just want to sheds and go, imagine we could do if you bring them together. So we had about 10 projects, and we had to prioritise. We chose Simpson Park from the bottom of the hearts. It wasn't a sympathy approach, which was something that we looked at and knew as a group that we needed to actually step up and have a good role with the community facility. Lots of interest in facilities, but we don't maintain them and upgrade them. Our current project is Whangaroa Strand in Russell, which is a completely different project. Being in a historic precinct and protecting that line between, and how we use that commercially under all our estates and gardens. So it's been a challenging project. James actually been driving that one, and we haven't quite completed it, but we still decided to embark on something after this. It's such a slow journey, frustrating for us as a board, because we have elections in the middle of that. We have some, how can we word that we have to take on the journey with us. And as a board, we have an amazing team, and we do have a say. I have a say, we can dream it together and do it. So we have no budget, but that doesn't stop us. We still have a placemaking fund that can actually get it off. We can take baby steps towards the implementation and fight for that budget every year on an annual plan so that we can continue this project without starting other little projects so that we can actually achieve something. And also identify those in the community who can take seed funding from us and turn it into external funding into the jobs. So, it's not impossible, and I take it in quote. You go through these processes and we all feel the same. We come out the other end. So the challenge for us will be to keep it going and to hand over as we move forward in our local government structure for the next 2.5 years as we move into this amalgamation, to ensure that the voices of our community and volunteerism and the relationships that we've built continue to grow as we move forward. So that's what everybody else can do with the community.
Just to I was fortunate enough to be a part of the bring it up the Red Light Park investment. So it was very foundational back into this past full time. But what I'm alluding to is the fact that watching what happened in Kaikoura here, see, I'll be honest, I was a bit skeptic because I'm from the generation that sport was everything. Everything everybody's talked about. Only Brown, because all I can remember of Whangaroa is playing against Whangaroa before. This is the Kai rugby. Hey, this is me putting my Kai rugby jersey on, but all the memories of playing on that field. You were the sandpit. I'll be honest, there was a sandpit there, but it was you knew you were going to get a tough matchup, but also the community running behind. And fast forward to now, we're seeing an integration of the makeup of the community looks now. It's just totally different. And I say it that way because sports, right across the board, and this is coming from a youth development background, is because sports was everything, it was easy for us to develop our youth, whereas today, you fast forward to today, and that's the reason why I was a bit sceptical on what was going to happen in Red Light Park, because I said to my son, I said, bro, you might be the last generation that plays sport. Just watching the way that sports was trending. Fast forward to when Hawaii was opened, I've got to eat my words because now I'm watching other whānau that have moved into the area. See, because we are the Hokkaido, we used to just seeing the same faces, we forget that there's been a massive influx of whānau moving home. So the investment that this has and the potential that it has, model off what's happening in Kaikoura, yeah, hey, you're bang on, this is what the community needs, and it needs to be diverse. Seeing that there's a gym there, perfect, because our taitamariki are leaning more towards the gym and group classes as opposed to, and ka hoki aku mahara ki arana, and tuakana winning, and fight fitness, and when washing crop up or pop up around the town, to now see a centralised investment into a hub is the perfect place, because when we watch whānau try and uplift initiatives on their own, they drive things on their own, and it's tough. And seeing the investments in sports all around Taipei, and I just see Kaikoura as an example. Te Heku's got another massive complex. And Waipapa, we just had Taitamariki league competition. Keone Moeroa Tigers is where it should have been, is ideally, because Keone, I know I'm lucky to know the whānau and drive behind the league club to champion league TRL. So I'll be really lucky to be around and to take to take scope on what's happening. So we'd love to, typically everybody knows Te Ao Wapoho supporting something like this. But understanding the project and the money that it takes, the first thing is seeing the whānau here to speak to the kaupapa is, that's where it's at, because at the end of the day, it's the hands on the ground that are doing the mahi, and where the buck stops with them. I know how hard it is, and I know how much time it takes. So, me hika tika ki ngā kaiporo e whānau ki te kaupapa, and ngā tātou teki for speaking to this kaupapa to bring it forward, but also to come as a force, because we can feel the moody and the aroha in that space. Is, my creative brain's flying and like how to support, but kia ora you fellas got it. I just want to lead to you fellas, this is generational, so, it's creating positive, and this is what we need in community. This is positive memories for your kids how to look at and a way to put on with other teams that come in and be looked after and helped by, I say, by Ngāti Iwi, by fellas there in the world. So, ka miti mihi tika aku te, mihi tautupu.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things too. I wanted to really congratulate the community for showing up today. It's a time at the moment, I think we are starting to hear a few whispers around facilities like this being a nice to have. But I think when you hear some of what's been said today, you really can't deny that it's not nice to have. This is what makes a community a community. It's the heart of a community. It provides a place for our rangatahi to go, a social hub for us to gather and meet each other and spend time with each other. And the necessity of it is just more and more, I think, growing as we see less people being connected with their communities. This is a vital asset to not just Whangaroa, but to every community, I think. I also really wanted to congratulate Robin because she has worked damn hard through this process, and listening to all of you, I don't know if I've ever heard a submission process that felt like it was more positive than anything. There's barely anything there that was to complain about or say it hadn't been acknowledged, and that's not an easy thing to do. So well done, Robin. And lastly, on a more personal note, a couple of you mentioned J.R. Hogan, who was a friend of mine, and I also wanted to acknowledge her too. She was a weapon for Murua sports. I used to run a pub locally, and it didn't matter the season, if it was summer or winter, she would be showing up. Hey, I want some vouchers, I need some sponsorship, I need this. Give me what you can. And she was just an awesome person and a huge benefit, I think, to Murua sports. Thanks.
Can I just add to that? Really briefly, I just want to say I'm so full of respect for what you've done. It's so new to me. I'm only a recent community board member, so the only comparison I've got is against my career, which is in the corporate world. And I have to say, guys, I've seen this outdid some of the presentations I've seen in corporations where people work together and we're getting paid to do it. You guys don't work together and you're not getting paid to do this, almost you are. So I'm just like, it was very impressive. So thank you for that.
I just, the thing that struck me was the number of people that actually said through this session, we were really grateful that you listened to our feedback and made plans. So it's more than that's to really listen to everybody that came through from a lot of the Kaikourelo.
There was a lot of support for this project and the submissions, and it had left in the area, and it's good to see there's some support from outside the area. Pam, I first met you on our inaugural community get together, and it was, you put on a bit of a thing for us there on the hall, and great passion.
I think it's a place okay to Robin. She sits through some tireless meetings in there. You get to put up with the now one end, Pam on another end. And it's not easy to do. And so, she really shined and Like we say, and think about, because without you, none of us would be as possible. So, yeah, if we could.
Well, hopefully we'll achieve something that not a lot of into it's really important to us that we take everybody, those people that consider that all of their community of interest, the people that don't live there still passionate about it. It's really doesn't much. Charlotte's reference to nice to fix. It's a handout that central and I forgot so which I mentioned that like that. Because everything in education is community based. So we are sort of the nice to have and we look at budgets that cut us, they cut our ability to fund people in local business. So it's about so we're really fighting for our little budget and arguing as to what nice has business infrastructure under the right council. So that's generations of effective investment as well. So that investment that's naturally targeted. And even through COVID, I think we produce a housing money of the justice that which people lots of just thank you for your interest and your question. And I know you is going to say something. You could just say one thing. Was one thing when I was doing planning, I wanted All Blacks to come to Watina Rugby, and we couldn't have them. And it's just so the Tony is heavily involved with Robin, is because there was requirements. So the goal post that we and if you don't have it, they will not come to your ground at all. So if you can work with, if you could get Robert to work with their infrastructure, it's an actual thing because that's the only reason, and the fences have to be a certain distance, but there's a whole huge requirement to All Blacks to come to your grounds. And yeah, I did. I was talking to their CEO to get him to bring the All Blacks to us. But and the other thing is, Wayne's actually our chief fire man, so he does all that for us as well in our area. Yeah, just thought I'd mention that to make sure that into consideration. Yes, and that our hapu are always involved in any of the discussions around their mana whenua, so they know what's happening in the space. Because yeah, sometimes they don't know. That's why I dragged Josie along, so she definitely knows what's happening on their mana whenua. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Would you like to say?
Yeah, through the chair. Just quickly, as I alluded to in the guy, with my team looking after over the side. Robin brought me along on this invitation to this. I think it's been well done. And well done to all of us. And I've got a passion for it as well. Promise I'll look after it. I was born in the corner of Penrose. I played there. My family played there. Also, so it's the wish of Monica home up my community. It's one problem. This will just sit so well. My mission. And thank you, Tana. Thank you, everyone. Looking forward to looking after
Then I'll close the hearing and look to the recommendation in our agenda. I do so just on the is there any amendments or anything there that you would like to add to now that we've heard from the speakers? I'll read the recommendation. Would you like a building or something? Good end with that part.
That the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board as the hearing panel for the Simpson Park Domain Reserve Management Plan under the Reserves Act 1977A, whose comments and objections received at the hearing from submitters who speak at the meeting. After the hearing, the committee will reconsider the feedback with public consultation from Simpson Park Reserve Management Plan, including information given at the hearing and from written submissions. C. Direct staff to make any amendments based on the information provided by the submitters. And D. Recommends to Council that the amended Reserve Management Plan be approved as the one Simpson Park Domain Reserve Management Plan. Do I have a mover? Second, I'll open it up for people to questions from Robert.
The chair, the expectation is that you're reading about me. And okay, but seeking any technical or other clarifications on and then I guess probably sorry, the next meeting about questions.
We could have an lunch break and have a discussion there and come back with any complaints. It just seems to delay things every time we do this. Yeah, it's another month delay, but that's anybody who has.
Wanting to move. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Just kind of.
It's not the operation.
Well, yeah, do we have to have that discussion around moving the building?
So in terms of that, it wasn't something that was raised before. I can't see any issues.
That would be the perfect spot, I think. Just like,
I mean, it's your decision, but I have this.
So
do we need to make any more comment on that, I suppose?
well, I guess the other thing is that it's just the softball, the permanent softball. So that needs to be taken into account, but otherwise there is, there's no reason why we can't be flexible, and I'd actually recommend that it be worded or drawn in why that there is flexible to the round one issue.
Great.
To say that it's my last break and then use some considering to make decisions.
Can you make it this?
Second as is. We're second up. Get to the vote then. Otherwise, in spirit, raise your hands. Against. So it's carried unanimously. Now, pulls our live stream and refresh before we deal with it.
I actually switched off Teams and abstained.
Page 4, segment 14.
Yep.
Otherwise, support there. You can do it. Into the vote. Wasn't support. Against. We'll now move on to item 8.1, which is the Kitty Commission 4. Page 8. She said the Bay Islands Whangaroa Peninsula to receive the Kitty Community Food Season 2025 to 2026. Jane, is it? Would you like him to speak to you?
Yes.
Through the chair, thank you so much. This is the first time a report has been brought to the community boards on the funding that's allocated to the swimming pools. There was a bit of a push from the community board coordinator saying as swimming pools do sit in your delegations to update you on what your funding has been spent on and just pool usage in general. Based on the fact that this is the first report of its kind, if there is further information that you do want to see in future reports, please let me know so that I can include it. You will also be receiving a report on the Bay of Islands Recreation Centre and Swimming Pool. However, as they run yearly, it takes a little bit longer for their information to get to me to wrap up their financial season, etc. So you will receive another report within the next couple of months.
Is it public how much we pay for the maintenance and
Jane is second.
Yeah, just one question was about the toddlers pool at the high school. Was there ever anything that went out to the public that was happening?
So not in terms of consultation if you would like to have the toddlers pool remain in place or not. That was a decision because we leased the area from Kitty High. There was a discussion between ourselves, council and Kitty High regarding the timing of that. Basically, they didn't have a lot of pipe in race.
So is there a chance that pool will come back once the classrooms are removed, or is that it's gone?
If Kitty is to remain growing as it is and there's not another school put in place, they're just going to have to continue to grow that school. So more than likely not, but that's an assumption that I'm making.
Yes, through the chair. I was completely unaware. I thought Sport Northland was the management of the pool.
So Sport Northland managed the Bay of Islands Recreation Centre and Swimming Pool, which sits separate to the agreement that we've got with CBEC for Kitty and Kaikoui.
But in this report, it says the contract is the management of the operation. Oh. Sorry. Page 110.
Under your resolution.
So for Bay of Islands Recreation Centre, Sport Northland run that one, or oversee the management, but not, and are part of Kapori, but they aren't associated to Kitty and Kaikoui. So Sport Northland only gets involved with the Kawa pool.
Right.
That's it.
It just said the contract and 10-year agreement was fully with the Bay of Islands.
Yeah, so, but Sport Northland's part of that contract, but only for Kawa. Yeah.
But are CBEC involved?
Yes. Yeah, the contract itself is not great.
Okay. It's just that when things went wrong, it's always when things go wrong, it's when you try and work out where things, liability, accountability, and who you guys had to.
Yeah, and it's, to be fair, that's not very clearly defined in the contract that we have either. So it is coming up for renewal, and we hope to sort that issue out. Yeah, and make it more clearer.
Firstly, can we, as a board, have the confidential across the chapters? So I think it's time we look at this point. There was a current social media online push yet again for a centre in and around Kinikiri. To look at where we're putting $8 here in Wellington, the access is typical. We look at the actors' names that they take out. It's a bit like the cold area, how accessible is it? We've got clubs and training constantly. Seasonality issues over here, it's an outdoor pool. Okay, it can be used in the school, but now that's now they've taken their toddlers pool out, it can be detectable by growing even time. So I'm really interested to look closely at that. The other issue, the expenditure comprised replacement water testing device, LED lights, and dive pool filter 500 degrees. They were in our list earlier. We've actually contributed towards floodlights, LED floodlights in the pool. What are our expenses? I really like to have a good breakdown of that and just how much money the dive pool, I mean, it's not really the ocean, but if you're diving, you're a diver.
Yeah, not that committed sometimes.
Based on the sounds, it's very well utilised.
Belly flops.
So all that will quite weird for see what's going on. The expenses are really a bit of concern when you're the amount of drownings. Do I say access to caring pools? Or a beach?
Yeah.
Or a beach? It's very cool. Yeah. Very simple to rock really just want to think it's been business and business and sorts of share and let it go. One of these. Okay, that's thanks for the inaugural report. Moving to our second down, now we're going to move on to item 8.4. Also, at least annual page 217. Right, now, Randy.
Thank you for having us today. And as mentioned, it is an important report, and we are hoping to come back to community boards
So just actually, so this is the first time we've put the CVs worked up for 25 clinics each year. We have outlined the work program that he is responsible for, a bit of detail in there around your board and the touch points for engagement. We especially want to take the time to, we've introduced ourselves, I think, 3 times to think, but I just want to mention that we have other staff that cannot be here today who are cancelled undertaking a week of them. And I also want to take the opportunity to mention the Parliament memories came flooding back as the whānau were here this morning, and so I'm very happy that actually we did arrive for an early start so that we could be a part of that too, so thank you for allowing us to be a part of it as well. You know who we are, you know where you can reach out. Florence is the contact for the Bay of Islands Fund Award in terms of any info that you require through Hapu or from Hapu. You can go to Lawrence, but all of us are here as well as the women group to support the board and whatever it is that the board needs. So that.
For those of you that pick up area with Kira, Jolie. How many in your team now? 8? 9.
So the chief just add on that we currently have 9 team, had 7. We had 2 vacant positions recently filled. We've been successful in a proposal business case for a cost neutral, getting more staff also to the mix, so we can have a building up our kaiarahi kaupapa. And of course their role is the interface between our Māori communities and council business. We're also looking to create another position, principal advisor. Currently our principal advisor is Kieran, and his main focus will be on the implementation of the Whaiuta. And it is expressed in the report that the Whaiuta is essentially the strategic framework that needs to, for their accountabilities that sit in all of the functions of the council. So essentially it's once the false expectation that you have a Māori group of anything Māori, so it's experts on rates, experts on voting or culture, whatever it may be. So it's just formalising what the expectation of the organisation is on these departments in terms of how they work with their Māori community. We've also had probably, it's only 3 years old and we haven't reviewed it yet. So in 3 years, I think it's a fantastic framework, but we've seen some of the flaws in the implementation, and hence the reason why you see in some of the data that we have there, we have failures in where, excuse me, where some of the departments aren't meeting their goals. So Kieran's first piece of work is to go through all of the department's goals, sit down and look at a co-design of it. So what was the problem that we were trying to address with the initial goals? It hasn't probably been socialised with well enough the buy-in that we need to make sure that the Whaiuta was a successful document. So that's the work that he'll be doing. We'll be implementing those new goals mid-financial term, so at the start of the next calendar year, which is it's basically it's not the kind of conventional methodology to employ is halfway through your reporting term that you change the goals. But if we change our goals knowing that it's to meet what the problem is and we focus on what the problem is and the solution, it shouldn't have much change other than a better intake or upkeep of what those goals and achievement of those goals. So when our new principal advisor will work on everything that's outside of bioethics, because there's so many functions and that are going on. We need to, tune principles, lens over all of our policies that we do. And we believe that the women can be carrying a lot more of the weight than what it currently has been, but we also need to go through the process of criminalising what it's like. We're very clear on the accountabilities and where those accountabilities sit. And then to working from our elected members through to our executive leadership team. And then that was great that we start getting the reviews that help the further just consolidate the mental model for the culture change that was the first implemented.
Just add, what purposes for too. We have begun Waitangi Week in Whangaroa already. Our internal staff working group meeting for the first time this week. And so we have already a few plans in place to do things better next year over at Waitangi and Russell. And we will be meeting with the National Trust Commemorations Committee next week to understand what's important for him and how we can be supported next year.
Madam Chair, do you have a question for us? I know there are no questions. We have a question. Okay. And that is how would you like to do this? If we're reporting to this community board in 6 months, what is it that you want to know about your question? So it's just template and make sure that we're feeding the information that makes your guys everything.
July? Yeah. What I wouldn't expect to see is like a timesheet of everything you've done, because that would just be rude, right? But like things that you think we might have missed that are not immediately obvious for us as members of the community that might not come through something like me. Yeah, to be aware of those sorts of issues that are all things that are bubbling under that could become something more of that than how you spend time.
Madam Chair, I guess my response, just off the top of my head, would be just key things sort of going on in our rocky that we might need to know about. So, for example, every rockers group in the church was like, oh, do you have a single habit? Well, not in Kororaraka, we don't. It's a lot more complex. But, you've got the kaitanga going through, you've got various things going through. And all of those dynamics, if you're involved with them, you'll know kind of what is happening and that you feel that it will be progressively moving towards, they've now got a this and they're planning on doing that, or, it's interesting. With how we make those better, because those are where we don't know, so we don't treat carefully, and it is making sure that we take respect and care and getting it right, or at least. So those sort of things are really helpful, just to get a bit of a shine of the light on the key things that are going on, but more well we're involved with. Each role we will do.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Jane's saying. That I think that's a real key piece of information that we could be aware of and be more understanding about our communities. When we know what's affecting people like Hapu, then we can make better decisions, just to support them more in the communities that they sit in. Also, it sounds like obviously Tono's been around, was it 2024, is it? Sorry? Sorry? 23, yeah. And it sounds like you guys are reevaluating and have a better understanding of what the goals might be, and it would be really interesting, I think, to hear a little bit about how you've reached those conclusions around what's working, what's not working, what we should expect. Like, well, I'd be really interested to hear more about that story. Yeah.
Sure. And just in a short response to that, I think we've worked off too much the quantity of gold instead of actually the quality of them.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not sure what the socialisation method was that we employed when we did it. From my understanding, we have a list of goals that we'd like to use to pick some, and 3 in the first year, 6 in the second year, 10 in the third year. But we need to actually be going to our peers. These are the problems that we're hearing from our Māori communities and functions that sit in your portfolio. How can we address these? Because what that does is it changes it from the stick to actually this is quite a carrot. It's making our team look better, it's making me look better, it's making our job easier.
You just touched it. I think first the key thing for me is noting our delegations and how you can get oversight of our agendas to have input into items that fall in our delegation. Because we are recommending to council with a lot of our recommendations, some are resolutions, but we don't have a lot. So we're going to be a lot of relationships, and I don't like the word maintaining. It's been years of growing relationships. We want to maintain them. We want to continue to grow. So that's really crucial. And some part of effective engagement, and I think you've been here as a team this morning and been part of our second licence that was held at Erin. And I think it's really important that you get a feel for, you know people in our community as well. It's really important that you're in the room and engaged in the community today and go through such a process for that environment. What's coming from. It's really important. I think there's an oversight of what we do, I think, and what we've been through starts with us. And the decisions made at council don't always capture the community board sentiment. So I think that's key. The policies, all one, have to be changed. And it's slowly being updated and reviewed. The one that's become become high profile just lately is what I found out Lisa less common when that comes through us in the process, which is art and works, which is really important, but we don't get a lot through our agendas. It's important, I think, to highlight that it does not state in the policy that we should or must or consider having engagement consultation on placement of rules or artwork and arts. And we as a board do in our consideration, I'm not even sure about the application forms, whether it's on there. Part of our effective engagement as a board is to actually engage with people in the first instance before we actually enter into engagement with whānau or it's about the stories, it's often about the placement of the sensitivity of it. And it's like council infrastructure, I read about this, but things like park benches and some of our street furniture and things, hidden walls on them. The business card size cards, they carry a story. And some of those stories carry a weight. So I think it's a little stuff that needs to come to us, and I don't like hearing about social media that when it comes to memorials, this is not in policy and this and that. It is part of our duty here to engage with people and take them on the agenda. So, I think the policies, that affect even the new ones like the rodents environment. It's a mess. It affects all our crucial zoo areas. Anything we do that should cover that. So I guess that's probably my biggest dilemma as we try and grow these relationships is gathering all of that when the policies go with us. The last thing I guess I to say is because we are growing relationships and we are doing a good job of engaging, that shows stats. What in particular in the Marai community are really starting to pick up momentum with building trust and relationships in our communities. And we need to be able to nurture those in the sense of we're getting more funded applications based on social, environmental, social, did grow a lot. Catherine would see all of us in those different stats too.
So there's a lot more. The social is really heavy.
Yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is our budget is all very well inviting to engage and collaborate and consult as we move forward. But we're going to get conveners accountants funding. And I've seen more and more coming to us since we have since that. It's been knowing this as well, and the trust that's built. We don't have the funding to be able to enable seed funding even, or not. We're not doing it because I don't want to you know, we'll need to have you put up to reach out after initially, but it's an example. We're excited about assisting these communities and these projects. We and funding only goes, and if people come to us, we have that relationship with it. We have to be able to put our money around to really make what so funding to me the community to heritage has become more just protection and preservation becomes at a cost. So we're going to leave we don't know how we figure out the future long-term plan, but we need to be resourced to enable us to do something that we can do. Step, actually, thanks to transparency, on-site customer who we are I don't know what that means, but I don't go to the amount on-site. So I'm more interested to know off-site customer who that's a lot of engagement on you without us being
Indeed, the chair. Some of the stuff that we are engaging is and will be even more so as we move forward with this financial year. We are supercharging our engagement. It's the topics that we're using that we're going out with is because we always hear for years we've heard about no communities complaining. The only time they come and see us is when you want our approval on something, when you bring your co-papa and there's no opportunity for reciprocity in the discussion. It's driven by council. So we're changing that up a bit. We're actually wanting to go and address, talk about some of the hot issues just to inform and information share. We've got data. There's some key things that regardless of where you are, we like the loading of this. We want to know about public claims. We want to know about emissions on rates and money. So there's some key things that we're putting in, and then the rest of the presentation is essentially get open dialogue, get that information back, and then it's what to do with the information, how you report it, and if you do that, will help us to policy and the changes. So the things that we are thinking about engaging on are quite operational, but of course you're more than welcome to attend in your kind of minutes to get some comms around it. We're just sorting out the schedule for What's this?
Do you need anything from us? Feedback, like for example, there's a couple of issues in my area which I think would be. I don't know if you've read our members' reports, but a couple of issues surrounding sewage schemes and which having your weight behind it could be helpful. To help me raise these issues
on both things. Well, I heard from you, Madam Chair, that we need to manage the expectations when we're promoting that there's some funding opportunities. This is the platform with the community committees come in and the community boards come in and put the tool to it. But what we aren't doing is just letting them know this is the highly competitive fund that we're going for, and nothing's guaranteed. But however, this is what this group is established to do. So we can help manage that. There's also the internal processes. So we have Lawrence will receive most of the invites for this, but there's just a bit of a breakdown that we need to sort out with the other team to make sure that we get the agenda in a timely manner, probably even before it goes out to you, so we can throw a lens over it, so we know, so that when you receive it, you know that it's been through our triaging process too, and we can provide that service for you in terms of what would we like from the board, just a good relationship, to we keep each other informed and something that will pop up here.
You did some fantastic work related to getting consultation feedback related to the local government changes. And I was able to monitor them, and it was really beneficial. And I think the commitment at that point that you're going to go back out again afterwards and talk about what the decisions will be. I think that's the sort of thing that we'd like to kind of specifically know about. I know that you put that together at really quite short notice, and you did an outstanding job of delivering those. And in terms of, I think it was James' point about wanting to know what things might be going on, what meetings might be going on, that might have a little bit more pertinence to that would be true. Because I'd like to go to the follow-up meetings where you hold those.
So sort of follow-up meetings that will be the formal consultation efforts at CP. And it's not accepted, it'll be in every newspaper.
Absolutely.
We'll go back to the drawing board and scratch our heads around what would happen next. But that's kind of the plan, is that if we get it approved, yes, well, we're going to get a formal consultation. You guys will begin doing warning around that, and we will take that consultation.
We investigated these policies as our whole moment.
Yeah.
Huge problems with our road maintenance. And we did ask people to consider the shared one range currently to the street sign. We had issues with vehicles missing and things like that. So we as a board pushed to actually have a lot of problem with parking subdivision. We start at the end when you're trying to name your roads and streets, and it takes quite a process for us to get it done, and us and council. So as a delegation, we said, we're going to put it up front. Here it is. Execution. Consideration to the history, place and other things. And since we actually got there, it took a long time to realise that, now that we have council staff, we just had a really good handle in the maternity leave situation in council. I was like, make sure we're this person, obviously, accepted what truth is. So I think we can actually improve the system. We can make a difference and actually make that process so much smoother. Everybody assumed to be, close to the appropriate housing area. It's going to represent. It's just, Now we're basically rubber stamping, aren't we?
Yes.
We used to debate each one for an hour, you know, and then send them away to consider something else. So
it's really interesting, Ray, that we've probably given spoken to about we've got some states in there, but what we wanted to do next phase for moving forward to, we're going to put review of the content of that program as well. So you can learn a karakia, you can learn a mahi, you can learn a waiata, and it doesn't really give you the understanding that our Māori communities are wanting. Mm-hmm. So we're adding another component into that framework, which is called Prevo Te Kuiho, so historical coding. And we've got one of the staff members starting a big piece of research there, where he'll go and start interviewing up and grassroots level, so that as our staff in phase 2 is us, as the area of decent engagement system, that information gets fed into the engagement system as well, is taught to our staff, so that when something comes up, they're familiar with PMA, they're familiar when they're talking about which tip in a muffler audio came and rolled someone, oh yeah, that's right, I remember that. And he comes from this particular country. And it's so important to the people, and again, it helps to build the relationship with the common understanding. As part of our engagement, it's actually pertinent that we help to educate our Māori, but all communities really, that civic, there's such a lack of civic knowledge in all of our communities. So that's another thing that we're putting into our engagement package as well, is this is actually how you do it now, this is what it is, and this is the process to do, and these are the people, this is what our structure looks like. You think you're talking to, whether you're talking to TPK, MSD, or the council, you think they're all one head. And on paper they are when you follow it all the way out, but there's so many calls that you need to get to, and even within the council, you think they're talking to one head, there's 42 different functions that will be within council. You know, it can be quite easy that left hand isn't talking to right hand, so we've got to just get some coordination of how we roll that work out. We're getting
it's not this fine, at least very different spectrum. Some of us have lessons, others don't. And what is the environment of staff who present at each of our individuals to usually in January. So, you know,
it's not just a pretty face.
I see you in a different role because we are not really too, you know, we could sit around the table with issues, and we're not really here to advise you. We are
but as the chair, as Aaron has mentioned, that the lower roles are starting to evolve a little more, and with that, I would expect that they'll be coming like touch point, not just being touch point or conduit or anything like that, but something in there supporting some of the work for and off board, particularly when that's sort of factoring back into our approved partners.
So Lawrence, sorry.
I didn't mean that to be insulting.
No.
Every agenda item, and a living
sure. Yeah.
Which is real currently so that's just
I think just to lay some more context down, when I look at Lawrence's role within Kaiarahi portfolio, we have amazing cultural knowledge sitting in there. You know, there will be many teams of the knowledge that we have. We've identified that we need to build up and around knowledge of every function of the organisation, so that when we're reviewing it with our lens, we understand the core fundamentals of what the business group may be doing, what they're trying to achieve, how they operate, what their processes are. So, and then something has been kind of probably every week, every fortnight, we have a member of staff come in and present to us to give us that building that knowledge. And once as that builds, we'll be more valuable to the board in terms of reviewing the paper prior to that.
Any other questions or any clarification? Very exciting and nice to meet you. I have a bit. I'll see Jane. It's very good. On page 52. Guidelines was approved by the Integrated Art and Crafts Market Guideline 2027 of the room. So just shine. This I have been along with us. We could do it. Well done, Stephen, for throwing this together to get it actually in our agenda for the first start of time. The release of the schedule, but it's been close. And I just think it's worth noting the relationship now with all the interested parties. It's tend to be, it's a lot of transparency, so and the retailers and most of the staff have a better overview of the business community as to what's going on. And that's the schedule is pretty similar. That's the one. That's what I've noticed is ships seem to be with this. One of the things that was discussed at the meeting, because it should be here, was that over the next summer season, the boards have agreed to sit down and reevaluate the smooth ships and the possibility of having a craft market, smaller, unique craft market on Honolulu, which is our place, which is to the left of the J Road on the wall, which is that craft area. The problem I have with this lot is it's not community board delegations, it's state island. That whole area turned. And saying that it is used for events and by mobile shops, hawkers and buskers, and by the inflows of trying to get amendment through for progress. So that area from Mihinui right through to can be an exclusion zone and managed as per the Whangaroa Agreement by focus on the trust. But at the moment, there's no monitoring enforcement on that area, and they see that as being an opportunity to get into smaller craft markets there, and where there's small ships in, and not take up the military and open cut for events and field of pumping with those recreations. So that's just what's in the pipeline for there, and everybody is very and discuss that in this coming summer as the market shifts and the boats get smaller and it's diminished. They're looking to diminish annually, and Bruce's is not great down under. It's Bruce's. It costs to fuel to get here, and our climate's not the best, so it's just hard. So it's very interesting, the ships and those type of thing. can't really rely on business because we're shown through COVID. We went to 90 plus ships and talked about that. Saying that that was the number identified as the industry grew, that was basically the number identified at the time as how many ships are too many, and the light of when the complaints started to rise over the people pollution and the pressure on our infrastructure. So there's a lot of talk in the community and desire over economic benefit versus cost and rate and others. Every toilet that's flushed, we're flushing potable water that's going to be about $1 this year. Toilet paper, cleaning, rubbish disposal, fridge congestion at Waitangi, the number of bus lanes at fridge, the impact on the roads, bus as I mentioned so the debate activity this photo is to increase the concept as it's going so I really think just gets up to let's trust the manager and facilitator and to the craft market just a fantastic job at keeping ensuring any further
it's good to see the small ones connect to hybrid. It's
a shot as well as directly represented. It's always
anyway,
so one thing on the Dutch, Josie, can you guys support applications? July. D. D. Due to the sleep. It's not the truth. Ask them to come and speak. This is a start for music and jazz festival and no visual transport to save traffic congestion and to prevent driving. We have 2,096 is the quote. We should get a really good price from Space Support.
I'm in support of it. It's something we'll have opinions. It's a great event that brings people to the town and it's providing a safer transport option.
It's coming up this morning.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Got in one day, 2 days. There are some good acts being advertised. Right, no further discussion of works for vote. Events. to business profiles across the district.
Christmas event, another black green. Keep moving.
We do realise it's not a good you know, there's difficulty versions of things that you got huge problems.
Yes, I spoke to the organiser, contacted me, and she's taken over from Steph marketing. She's one of those people that want to do that next shade sales from play centres at Oakbrook. So she's pretty organised. I've explained to her that we have expressed concerns about a lot of sums of money going to and I have suggested that I think we years look at different ways of creating an event that perhaps doesn't require where we just find it. But she's open to that. So she said that this year I'm just going to get happy with it.
Probably has to stay all the decreases coming through. So still school has just taken a number of trees out in creating a large car parking area. The final spoke to actually comply with protection and safety on the site parking requirements. So that's reduced some vehicles. So that's an integral feature.
Yes, I gone into the thinking capital. Yes, about beach events. Or, it doesn't have to be a parade with floats. It can be another event. There's lots of ways to skin their Christmas.
The Christmas parade's not happening now because of the
yes.
Right across the country. And the funding applications throughout the district. So TX will traffic management, which is just such a nice.
So, if they could use it better in doing more creative things, so I tell them just put your thinking back.
So we'll get to the Bible business first. Next one here, I didn't ask hospice to come back because they spoke to us last month and we did have quite a debate around this. This is the so hospice and schools are just really good students.
Yeah, just like last time, I support what the hospice do in the region. I know we had a big discussion and all that, but they do a lot of good work. So something that just
I'll speak against it because I did. They're not really interested actually. Due to the fact that I think actually they should be getting the lion's share back into the area. I actually should do some work with the very possible shops, which we involved with the volunteers within the legislative shops. And it's a hard one. I'm really been touched by kids. It's not an easy to look at the fact that they do actually it's not once contributed as a group
I couldn't see it either. The problem is the report was not written by the person who took the funding application or the person who placed the person who took the funding application. So collateral has come in to help them make their applications now. At the time, after the funding was in place, they had some of us in. So it's a third person coming in and trying to pick up what we did. So investigation could be interesting things that employ someone to seek funding.
Yeah. So no, that's from us.
Anyway, I don't want to do like that. What they do is amazing. Fabulous service. But from community. Do you support the hospice and Taking a letter by the Children Charitable Trust, we'll move on to E, which is the recommendations. Recommendation is to decline the chair through because they're leaving to because they're leaving it by can you still second resolve that. So maybe yes. Person support. Yeah. Kitty Golf Club. Asking for $29,000 recommendation for efforts to decline. The golf course. Yes. I really want to be open-minded because golf is a legitimate sport. Sports. However, it does feel to me that what they're asking to do to their clubhouse is not really essential to the game of golf itself. They put it up high up their priority because they want it to be able to use it for at-rate golf experiences. And so for me, that doesn't get quite as much of it's not quite as important as actually helping with the sport itself. I think I'd be much more interested if they were going to develop their program for younger people getting into golf, because golf is often seen as an elite sport, but it has can have a lot of value in terms of balance and hand-eye coordination that relates to other sports as well. So I think if they were looking for money to support something else like that, I'm going to bring younger players in. I'd be more supportive to this than what feels like something that's a must-have, like a nice deck. And also, they're not. What they've got planned there is outstanding, and I think they should just go off and find some separate money to do it rather than just go with the minimum replacement of the deck. And my suggestion to them would be that, given that they feel that they can extend their membership, they should just do an open day and go on a membership drive, because just bringing in the subs from the extra members would probably pay for the deck. So I think they haven't quite yet exhausted other options, acknowledging that they do provide other facilities other than golf, but once again, all those other facilities don't need a deck in order to meet at the club. So.
Okay. Yes, my initial response when I saw the recommendation to the plan was exactly that. I went, they should be looking for sponsorship, it's a club based, but I was quite encouraged to hear the conversation and the work developed. So I felt that, she was quite open, but I've actually had no idea that lots of money is viable. At least starting a conversation here. I'm still, not inclined. I think they really need to find some other sponsors first and go on ways to buy. But Yeah, Catherine, when you reply, I mean, I think Joe's suggestion of things that help the wider community benefit is we are exactly.
And through the chair, I've already said we must do 5 alternate funds that they might be able to.
Yeah, but also say that we were interested to see what they do, and appreciate them explaining how their role in the community is, broader than some of us might imagine. And we might want to see them again on another project aligned to our needs. But in the meantime, I guess I'll vote.
I agree with Jane and Joe. I think in history, we've sort of declined to make capital investment in clubs. I think in look, I think that's a little bit of a slightly different scenario. And also, I note that this isn't just like a repair and refurbishment of a vital piece of their infrastructure. This is a bigger, brighter, better scenario than what they even had already. That's a great thing for the community. So yeah, I would be inclined to vote for, I guess, the recommendation in this case.
Yeah.
This is being recorded. They're not online. You should ask them to this type of debate, because then they, I'm just suggesting. When it gives. Yeah. So that they hear the conversation. Yeah. If they're not already listening, they get the conversation. I'm just trying to stick to Steve. Yeah. No. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on, we have $2,083. Just going to point out that they do request $3,100. And Julie, you're going to go through the festivals, right? So very good. Training for 2027 steering. Jane, I took Dane and Joe. I can second Dane.
Yeah, I fully support this and would actually like to request me to amend it to the full amount. 3,149.
The chair, I would say that would need to be an out policy decision.
Okay.
Just so that you are very aware.
Okay. It's only a small amount for 25 kids, and it's all ages to go to this festival. It's great, and a great opportunity for them. And it's not a huge amount of dollars per child.
Should like to say that how much of the children producing, so that the extra contingent costs could be close to.
Yeah, I just want to ensure that as a community board, we're always considering a broad range of activities for our kids to participate in, and we do a lot of sport, which is fantastic, we should do, and this is one thing that's in another area of creativity and expression. And I love Miriam's response to what do kids get out of this. So it's not like they are necessarily going to go on and pursue a career with this, but it gives them a whole bunch of other skills that that otherwise might not get developed. So I like that. And sorry, can I just ask Catherine?
So the policy is that we don't fund for travel outside the district.
Got it. Okay.
District, which is why the amount that I put there was for what was happening here.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, thank you.
Through the chair, I was going to take up this, one thing is that it's children. The second thing I want to bring to attention is that if we want, I suppose, the best for our arts then we need to be making investments into our younger generations. We need to be, I suppose, setting the standard and saying, giving that they're valuable enough for us to be supported. And I've seen too many situations where people have not been able to attend, I suppose, one workshops, but they could have improved them a lot more. And I think that, when I look at these lot, I think it's not as if they just jump it down the boat. We've seen some of the work that they've done, and I appreciate the commitment to it. And for me, it's about showing that same commitment towards the arts.
Sorry, did I miss that? The recommendation was £2,000.
It's 2083, but they requested 3149, and Jane had moved 3149 for them.
I was talking, sorry, coming to you. No, we need to continue.
Oh, sorry, you want to say the
No.
Okay, I'll put that to the vote. I'll get 3 seconds. For move Jane, second to Joe. Against, that's carried. Yeah. Now, moving on, we have next one, which is G. It's for $2,235. Community grant towards Northern Edinburgh Garden Trail to Aramara IOT. Jane,
yeah. Yes, I really like this concept. I love that it's new experience local. Love the fact that it's promoting, marakai and the environment and sustainability. And I also love the fact that it also will bring visitors to Whangaroa and further south up to Aroa. I just think it's, it's lovely that it's all volunteer and there's no fundraisers. And, that's great stuff. So, happy to support this.
Just the whole idea of growing your own kai. I mean, that just gets my brain every single time. That's just such a this sort of thing anybody can do with the smallest amount of ground. So if we can encourage it, that's fantastic.
Just one thing, fully support that if we could maybe get our logo on those things, that'd be quite cool.
Yes. Oh, good. Thank you.
I was actually going to anyway. It's a $3 charge per person that I can get 3,000 visits, which is my people volunteerable. And February saying that, everybody would have gone without time. February is our business month. And I just felt that perhaps it wasn't that into these signs are not just going in and out and out. So I didn't really like the whole concept of it as a and I did wonder about where watching the technology when some people couldn't find anything or didn't have random number in there. It's very much and as with a lot of signs that I actually consider sign pollution personally, but so in that respect, I actually noticed. It's a brand new key will come with that. I just feel this. 3,000 people.
Thank you.
Thank you for no pun intended.
Through the chair, it was quite an eye-opener. I didn't realise because these are sort of networks that we're not aware of until we present. So they've been more than fun. lifestyle booklet that he was referring to, some of his reach in different areas. I've never heard of the publication, so and it's, it was cool to hear, but also the figures, like he was saying, 40% were locally, utilised the trail. He was saying 18% come from outside the area, 22 are outside, it's 22%. Without him saying it, he's referring to internationals that come, I think he was saying. Food sovereignty is massive, especially in our communities in the state of Britain, that live with the cost of living. Personally, my orchard's looking pretty spiffy now for GP, so we're all sort of pivoting when this has happened post-COVID. So I think initiatives like this are really cool, but silage as opposed to, and it's one sort of on the fix, as opposed to some practical planting, resource investments as well as silage are healing under. If it encourages communities to grow, there's a barcode where you can, there's ways to utilise the slums so you can take people and path over to this trail that they're proposing. But it's all new to me, the space, so just appreciate it. We can sit here and listen to the passionate people that are driving these projects. So after all of that, I'm still on the fence.
It's a time for $3. I mean, if it's free, I would do this, but it's something to it's a whole bunch of vegetables you could be buying from the roadside store. Anyway, any feedback? To the vote, those in support of the 3,300 fresh pennies. So that's that. Moving on, I will move that we read the next item H, second to the Joyce Local Fish Club Control of the line. Thanks. Yeah. This is good. Next one is $5,000. Tuto Topu Tarai Wapiti, cost towards Tuho. Estimate 2026. Do I have a move up? Okay. Roddy?
It's just my ears in.
3 in a row. Triple D fish. Corey.
Yeah, well, here today I can only speak for my ward. So with the proceedings and the event that they're holding, I can only speak on behalf of Timothy, which will be involved in part of the one. So understanding what it takes to hold a one transport, accommodation, food, the obvious things, but also supporting those holders of knowledge that can come and speak to certain areas. So just to give a brief oversight for us in Whangaroa, Waka Kaupapa has been part of our DNA. Obviously, my tātou waka went through, to go to Whangaroa and the other waka that pertain to us as Hukaiwa. Over the years, we spoke about it before, about the different histories that were shared on different families and generations that have been part of Kaupapa Waka. Fast forward to today, and it's been tough. If I'm speaking on behalf of the Kaupapa, it has been tough because we've lost a few champions over the years. And for us as the Hukaiwa, it's been hard to subsidise it and to support Kaupapa, which brings, knowledge sharing, it brings pride back into the community, and it gives an excuse for communities to get together and to learn. Now, we're all aware of Mataniki and what that brings at that time of the year, so this is just another add-on, another end to that Kaupapa when we're talking about navigation and share the history and connection to the cosmos. So this is a follow-on. And it's quite aspirational, but in saying that, from what I've been following through Kaupapa whānau that are involved in these Kaupapa, it's sort of accommodated to this. And so, for celebration of this Matarena and this history is, we saw them there online with our volunteers. Unfortunately, enough to know a couple of them, and to know how passionate they are and how much they give to the community. So supporting the people first, they say, to support the horse or the jockey. Well, as we see from the people that are on top of the horse that are carrying this waka, the patients there, and I know having worked with some of these ones, so kia ora tū. But like I said, an awesome opportunity to share knowledge. And it's not just online. So I know travel is always a barrier for all our communities up here. We don't have public services, so that'll be at the top of the list. But really excited to see how that comes to fruition, especially when you throw in people like Dean and Ngātaka Thompson and Corona, and not just in the Waka community, but also in our maritime communities as well. So there's a sharing of knowledge on both sides and participation, and it's beautiful merger to have a community. So excited to see how a small community like that runs, but also I'm mindful of what it takes to run country. And I know Te Māori Malaya specifically, they're one of the 3 places which I heard where we're going to hold one, and I'll definitely go. I know what I call our primary schools hopefully will get involved. I know Tony Bain probably will do that. So I can already foresee the effects, but also know that the same people that are regularly meeting and participating in this cup of also really good to as well. They're the van drivers and the bus drivers. So this is just it's a big rate, but on top of what's going on in the world, I can appreciate what's going on. Plus the fact that, to the end of the world, being raised in mainstream education too, this sort of knowledge hasn't been available to even though I'm of the lineage to Waka to Waka. So many places, one on like this one, we can learn about our connections to the Pacific. Like I heard Samoa being tagged in when we talk about our Takitimu Waka in the migration stories. These are only some things that I've learned in the past year, 2 years, in Whangaroa between the different migrating waka that came. Through on top of it, when I see excavations down in Put Island and down in Chathams, the resurgence of waka is literally coming from that story. So it seems to be a co-bubble that's quite relevant, and I'm hoping that events like this become more seasonal, more following one that add on to Matariki, because Matariki has its own space with the home tapu for our communities to talk about our mate. But co-bubble like this waka is all about where to from here, looking at the horizon. So these are all beautiful co-bubble to bring in and opportunities for us to learn. So I won't end up in being trying to so it's given us a little bit of to listen to.
But it's just left to say. It's all right for me. The scope of it isn't something that's modern. The scope of it goes back to 1940 when the two mother problems into the water and water. This is the aspirations that happened when the Hokalea arrived here in Waitangi when I was there on the waka. When Hick sat down, he spoke with the fish and all the rest, and to call it, he got into the changes thing with the kennel. And it was always a part of the, I suppose, the aspirations for those who were present in the first arrived, that we would do something just like this and give us, I suppose, not just Māori, but everyone an opportunity to hear about it, suppose, the knowledge that isn't heard about every day. And that's going to drive, I suppose, everyone to come this way. And so when I look at it, the economic benefits are going to be huge, because it's going to not just have to happen, because there's not going to be enough space. And so you're going to see an influx into Kirikiri. And of course, once you start, I suppose, entering into that space, you want to know more. And sooner or later, that drives them over to have to be multiple. Because One thing I noticed over all the years that I lived at Whangaroa is that it has never been just about mud. It has been about everyone. It's inspired every single ethnicity. It's given, I suppose, a sense of belonging to every, I suppose, ethnicity that you can think of. And for me, it's a beautiful thing. And when you have events like this, it's, I suppose, it helps to lift the connection and kids. Maritime, I suppose, travel is not something that's, I suppose, just connected to mud. It's connected to worlds. But how many times in your lifetime do you actually have an opportunity to sit down with, I suppose, knowledgeable people that you can talk about, that have the knowledge that they have and that are willing to share? And, there's an opportunity that we're probably going to be on, we could end up in a once in a lifetime. And the benefits, like I see the benefits, culturally going to be great, and the benefits to people in general is going to be good, as well as for our business. I believe that this event goes down within our businesses, they're going to see a lot of traffic, because even though it's going to be held in Tinglaiti and no, they're going to come to around past everyone about shops, everyone about carrots and say, what can benefit? Because, like they said, thousands of and they're on there. I know when these fellas are uncles, they're not going to need anything to change. And I believe that they're going to be successful in putting this thing on.
Just touched on set up tourism events and marketing fund gone last year. It's put more pressure on and we call business to return this destination. So we can only help the funding.
Through the chair, one of the things that might be helpful is we've got through our infometrics an event calculator. So you can do it post-event that you just put the numbers in, and then it provides an economic outcome report for any event. It's quite useful. Post-event might be good if people are looking for the funding to grow an event. You can have a tailor-made report. I'm just doing one.
Anybody else want to speak? There were three things that captured me. One, I just got super inspired and motivated by it. It sounds like something that I'd really want to turn up to. Secondly, I just got really thrilled when they said that it had some specific objectives and KPIs. It's like, yay. And thirdly, it seems really, really relevant to our specific region. So yeah, there's three things that I'm just in love with on that particular application.
That'd be fantastic.
All right, we'll get 3 seconds for it. I'll put it to the vote, $5,000. Against? Against. Yeah. They requested $7,000, so this recommendation is $5,000. Two performances of the show. The first one was free and the second one was charge. So I'm going to leave it at $7,000 plus days. You get 2% customers' performance loss. The chairman laughing too, because I've had someone already message go, is she going to bring the show over to the mail? Like oh, I said, you'll need to ask her. Just send her an email. So,
I'm hoping she's going to bring it to the
yeah. I'll leave it to get it on the table. Yeah, Joe, again.
I think we should move to 5,000. Also open to any amendments. She's amazing. The other characters actually time that's what they're asking me. So I'm just going to leave it there. I'm very supportive of this. And it touches on something that's very real, very present, and very much a growth issue, sadly, as the agent. And not so on the way at some of its debts of the young people. Just an awareness as parents get older, we get older, but debts and debt. This is why we
yeah, I agree with you, and it is that value of the performing arts being able to take relevant issues, social issues, and then able to spark a kororo about them. You know, because there's a lot of people who are suffering in silence in terms of having to look after whānau who may be affected by dementia or Alzheimer's. And you talked, I think, Jane, when you were asking her about the healing power of the work that she did. I think performing arts can play a role like that. So if we can bring it to a broader audience that might not necessarily be able to pay for that, because it doesn't, you know, an issue like dementia doesn't target by socioeconomic group. It goes across. So, yeah, what's that?
To the board. I like the idea of this because, to be honest with you, I didn't know much about dementia. My wife's grandmother was faced with taking out and lost her life. And now I sit in a position as a community chairman, and I suppose one of my greatest supports is my public care go. And, you know, it's lately a scary place, even for community leaders, when they're trying to make sense of what's happening to people in Canada. And I think that if this thing can actually reach people and give them, I suppose, give them their ability to see what happens when people have dementia, it becomes priceless, especially for people who are not so aware like myself what dementia does. You say, no, I'm in support of this because ultimately, while there's a lot of educational aids out there, a lot of us have nowhere to find them. And if we have something like this in the community, it actually expresses what's like the beliefs, but especially if you see their families again, what it's like to get but for me, that's something that's needed because there's a lot of people like me starting this journey, and sometimes I suppose the greatest way to learn is when you become inspired by the people instead of just reading the book. People don't read much, but when something like this happens, they tend to become educated through that. So it's all I've got to say.
In $5,000 is the recommendation. $5,000. Then I asked for $20,000. They didn't present to us last week, so I didn't ask them to come back again. I have since submitted the project report. That's the reason. To within nature for consequence regenerative learning and health. Head up table.
So we just get on the table and then, I think I ended up hearing the commission, but was printing today. They weren't just looking at about sustainability and teaching the youth, they're actually making contact and working to build, I suppose, a sustainable way by taking their projects to basically it's important because it shows they're not just looking to get action, but they're actually looking for a sustainable way to continue their work. And I think the other thing that really impressed me was that they were taking our rangatahi spaces to learn within nature and to utilise nature. And the reason why that inspires me, because we go around North and a lot of the land can be useful things like that. When we see the blackberry moss, you actually see someone that gets gone out and spread into the dark, and we utilise space in order to create a means for education and means to help grow communities and to educate them in the different style. It's not so much mainstream. I mean, it's something that I regard is something that I want to support.
That's right. I can't really add anything to how Rose that's it. Reservations. And last year we gave you $2,000 considered for this, and they asked me $20,000. Do you have applications that can do? This is all. Struggling.
Madam Chair, if I could, you can. When we first looked at the single quite, I hope we're quite taken by the whole concept. One thing last month that concerns me, but I think it's quite thoroughly, is their long-term strategic plan. No point would have a sustainable pathway. Always something like $250,000 worth of funding for staff implementing. They are effectively paying themselves, which I'm always slightly anxious about. So the not being able to say a pathway to sustainability and funding what's effectively an operational cost, I've got some concerns over. That's my concern.
Well, let's both combine to
it's not get well outcome. It's salaries.
Can I talk to that?
Yeah.
I can hear that, acknowledge that reservation. Obviously, that's not a reason to reject the application for the work that they're doing, but that would constitute some feedback for how we would expect them to add to their strategic plan for the future, and might affect how we might do future funding applications that we move forward.
Say that we gave them seat in last year, it's like business this year.
Just from the presentation, it was quite a broad project. Like the crux of it was education and trying to keep it in. And I think this is it. It was sort of started there, made connections, I think, charts between. So there was a social enterprise headed to it around applied usage, but also people talks about studio. You know, there was yeah, so it was sort of hard. But so going through the financials and looking at it, you might just can't see that. Well, not through the literature as the partner moving forward, sustainability. But I mean, and seeing the every initiative that comes over our desk, you know, in the back of my mind as a past funding, it's like how we're going to sustain it, whether it's a maintenance plan or whatever it's. So, you know, if we had that, we'll put our minds at ease, because then you can see that essentially the focus is on the totality, whereas from what I heard, I love it. I've got to be honest, I love everything about it because I'm just biased about our totality and education, but I'm seeing the printing and the sustainability of it. I'd love to see it. And it sounds like it already is, so I can't see
I think if you go to page 377, I am supporting that's the bit where I felt worried.
Yeah, we did this slide because we hadn't received a project report, which was, it's 14 months now since we gave them the 10,000 dollars. If you have the project reports on page 400, your additional information.
If you go to page 377, so it's paid for funding. Yes. And you'll see that there's a revenue stream that matches the expenditure. In that grants and the philanthropy are $500,000.
Yeah.
Earned income is only $110,000, which means you are relying on $500,000 of grants.
And sponsorships and capital specific funding.
Well, I know the increases over the years too, like year one.
600.
Yeah, that's almost 200,000 increases.
Yeah, that's not sustainable. That's my rate.
But I'm also reading that it's, you know, you can see a lot of work ones, so I've got to give them loads of money that's gone to.
Also, I need community acknowledgement. Page 6. Yeah. Anybody else wants to add anything to it now? Because I will put to the vote. Through the chair, he did say last time they just cut their cloth to suit if they didn't put 20,000. We're asking for. Recommendation here that we grant them $5,000 for the nature towards regenerative learning. The license is $5,000 ratio. So that concludes our funding applications. So we will move on to item 7.4 on page 91. This is our community
it's received from A, business process mechanism, B, business state islands for 2020. C, B, local nature airlines, music festivals, B, control. Thank you, Jane. Any discussion around this? Still eagle eye looking at how we're going. Really, thank you. It's a really
So through Chair, in the last 2 months, we've changed how people receive their funding, and they used to just get sent a letter that said, this is what you need to do, sign it, return it, which people did. Now it's all done through the same system. They actually have to tick, and we specify, we say, this is what you need to include.
It's a disconnect between filling in the form and sending the invoice. And then the project, where you get very busy doing your project, then you get to report them. Damn, I forgot to put the logo on those filtering signs.
So half actually acknowledging us all with our acknowledging council, and they work out council, we are not council, council, we are the community. Should be that somebody. We're not acknowledged as such.
So, this is where the change has come, and we have a specific section on acknowledgement. So this is new. You won't have any reports due from anyone yet that has done this. But it says, on accepting this grant, you must acknowledge the support of the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board on social media and or any promotional material for the project. You will need to provide evidence. Now we go through, we say this is where you find the logo, these are the correct terms. So the correct terms are Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board, not Far North District Council. But they also have to say, as a grant recipient, we understand the funding is provided specifically from the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board, not FNDC, and will acknowledge the funding as follows. In social media posts, in posting on Meta, Facebook, we will tag the board in posts. In any public notifications and announcements at the event, by providing proof of the use of the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board logo on any signage or publications, again, not FNDC. And if my project is a large physical, e.g. construction project, we will include a more permanent acknowledgement, e.g. a plaque or logo print. It's very specific. Yes, but as I say, this is new. You don't have any requests through from anyone that's done this.
We have been asked.
Yes. That's why we've got much more specific, and they actually have to check each box. So they can't say, oh, you didn't tell us that.
So just for example, looking at last day, they haven't acknowledged us for the last. Hearing to do signage part of it. Haven't acknowledged you that we will do a signage, or will they be coming back to us to ask? They intended to do signage when they did the first part of the project. They should actually stated that either. It's actually something that I just feel that sometimes easy things, and I don't think it's necessarily administrative because like the same always. When you have organisations that do coverage for us, and we all better be in sort of sometimes they don't even gloat about it in their photos when they're doing it. I just want to capture the fact that there's quite a few, and some of them are return requests that don't do.
I think some of them is quite difficult. So if we're talking about, what's total, and it's like 5K in a massive amount of funding, which is a pretty tiny bit, and they're going to be, where are they going to put the logo? I think, that sort of situation is going to be quite hard.
Can you still get $5,000 from seed funding to get $50,000? You know, and without our seed funding, so each of this a list or a program with sponsors on it, and we saw that so I feel not much in this thing. So I guess I'm just a broken record.
I think sometimes there is a disconnect from the person who is doing the application as well, and then the people who are operationally spending the money and doing the project, and that the line of communication between those two parties isn't always,
I think too, we have been much more specific now. So I read out that list of things. So it's very specific. They have absolutely no excuse not to say we didn't know what kind of acknowledgement we wanted. And so I think going forward, it makes it a lot easier to go, you said you were going to do this, what did you do? But the other thing is I mirrored it on project reporting form. So when they do the project report now, they have to say, hey, here's what we did on social media. Here's what we did on the day. Here's photographs of what we did. So going forward, if we don't have that, that makes it much easier to go, we're not getting any more funding, or if we do, it's going to be reduced.
I think when I look at that, I went to most of the Christmas parades last year just to have a look to see what we are funding. And that was one thing that I noticed. It was almost impossible to see any our locals doing, including one man by Kieran and we did the deeds on me. We really knows the thing. He's the banner. He said he took me. Yes, it was up, but it was up. We need to go around the corners using my hands to get the best of doing it because everyone thinks that you just get the things this.
Basically, David put our logo up. We didn't even sponsor it.
I think.
We should see their chocolate.
I think that now she's got a specific
Yeah, but last year she had our logo on the posters. Your logo's all over.
I like that idea that they specifically approaches you to heed to. Before we were talking, and it's written in there, but we were specific about what was going to happen to see. And I think we had a banner, and no one could find that banner.
Well, maybe we should take an action on all of us if we spot something that we know and funded that we don't see on the we let Captain know. Yeah, we could do it around what to do. Maybe tell in the XYZ. Couldn't see our logo.
Maybe we can tell him that when you get it up, see the photo that's the report.
We actually say that on there.
Student.
They say we'll do it on your Facebook page.
Yeah,
and it's a group and you're not a member of the group. It's only 100 members.
So there's two things on there. We actually gave them the hashtag so that they can tag in the Bay board for anything they do on social media. We've got your tags on there. And we ask them to provide proof of that when they do their project report. So they say we put it on our Facebook page, it's like, it's the post.
Well, just so you know, everybody that has a Facebook page where we give them funding, I like their page, and that way we tag them in the post, which means they automatically are able to tag us. So we do already have that process in place.
Yeah. Myself, secondary time. He must. On page 114, it changes in its reports. Right. So, that's what I'm asked. Sorry, it's okay. Would you like to get home?
We don't want to go home. We just had a year.
I've never seen it.
What's it? Nice and warm.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It's interesting.
Okay. So we will, I'm sure we'll fly through. Fairmont Whangaroa Community Board, note July 2023 reports from Chief Executive Deputy Chief Time Member
we still have a kind of thing, you can change the versions. Take my speech. Each one's got things going on.
It's not moving at all.
Another meeting type of thing. And agencies who put up online stuff. Lots of activity about this.
Yes.
There's no questions how to move on this weekend.
It was good. It was great having an engaged sector in the community in there to discuss things. It's disappointing to see that due to lack of resourcing, which I'm presuming is basically staff related, the timeline will get pushed out, and that's only going to create, we had a really positive start with good engagement from the community, but when they see things get pushed out and, I guess in a sense promises get broken, which is not a fault of the staff, it is just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. It will mean that they have even more of a lack of faith in the implementation of it.
I think the challenge for us is that we seem to get a lot of things pushed out to say, oh, well, we'll bring your report to approve something, which really you don't need to do. Like the plate making one, that have a meeting to approve that go out to the front. And these are the time job. We shouldn't need to be asked to approve it if they do it. And that pushed another month back. We've now got another month gone when the results of the consultation comes behind it. So everything, because it's all tied in with meetings, you use them up every time. Yeah, and I question whether we should accept some things that are being told we've got to approve. I'm sure we have to approve all those things.
Today's
good example.
Early over the best example there. So almost going to back is bench, you're a space 13, and then
They're lucky together. It seems to be very much which it does, and it is trying to push it full best, and maybe always the case.
But I think we need to challenge a bit more.
Why was it box of ducks? Okay, any questions? Yeah. Anyway, I agree with you. It was disappointing that such a productive meeting that should have just the energy should have kept us going. So we lost that energy.
We found out how to fix the floorboard in my family.
Oh yes, we did. Well, Jane and I are probably handy women of the year. So
you got a drainage problem.
Oh, no, yes, they're aware of that. Yeah.
We took a photograph.
So water pulls up on that side.
Yes,
So
exactly what it is.
No, that's been mentioned.
Like a zillion times.
Wait.
The floorboard's not the problem. The drain's the problem.
Yeah,
it's called
the floor is.
Yeah, but you don't fix the drain before you fix the floorboard.
This has been brought up.
Isn't it? It's the same thing. It's on stage one day.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we maintain the interior of the halls, council maintain the exterior. Yes, but I was talking about that. The other win of the many of the tiki tour that I took Jane on around and Kitty was Cherry Park House. The new convert.
What a wonderful space.
No, well, we couldn't get inside it because nobody was there. But you actually don't need to. I know, which is why I just never been able to get. Which is why I bothered to organise for the key. However, the jewel of that place is the surroundings. It is
It is gorgeous.
Yeah.
It is really, and people don't use it because they don't know about the fact that they can wander onto those grounds and picnic there. It has got a tiny little FNDC logo on the billboard outside, but I think they just think it's
that's the signage
house. Well, it looks like a house that was purchased as a well, it was a house. Yeah, it's a house. Yeah.
That's the signage.
Yeah. Previous member, yeah.
Yeah. You used to always talk about trying to do something with it.
And we actually, as a board,
Yeah.
future vote that area, but also the other area was so talked about having issues to
but you want to preserve the reserve grass and land behind it because it's just gorgeous and it sort of sits on a curve of the river.
I'm sure
and you can then, yeah,
I think I was blown away.
Yeah, it is beautiful. I think it's a danger.
But we're getting into discussion of future
and I've been clear with Steve about the fact that it's unlikely to attract any major significant investment because of the fact that it is house and it will come to the end of its useful life at some point. Yeah, like because it's more built as a sort of facility and some short stuff.
One day I'll get to go inside.
Well, let me know. Haven't you got a key? Yeah, no, I haven't got a key. Take it inside. Yeah.
Okay, anything? Jane.
Probably just one thing from this is the water leaks on Mill Lane. Yeah, it's quite significant. So we've got that funding application today that came through because it's a childcare that has to shut down for COVID. So it does flow on to many things. So. Maybe talk about it later. You might maybe start look into it.
The fixing my phone at $5 a cubic meter. Chair, apparently we're doing works down there now.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Nice.
As in today. And it could be in the next 5 to 6 weeks. Fixed, but the preschool's been told that.
Yeah.
It affects us too here.
Yeah, it's quite wide. It's great.
It does. We've got really, especially having something that's fixed, that puts pressure further down the age infrastructure. And we see this in the town.
It almost stopped the state of the whānau going ahead here that day because we had no water up until about 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were saying, hey, we might need to, you might need to see if we can sort some boilers or something and get people showing up.
Oh, you don't know what to say. Are we all right on the night?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's serious. They need to fix the water supply and hopefully they'll reputation inspectors next time. Thanks for their time. And finally, Jane. Sure, this is services. It's a good sign.
No, it's
oh, take it away.
Oh. I think I just took some off. It's just some that I just. It's so long and they won't be done. I think they're done.
And I think there's something there.
Go up.
Due to labour, that REQs is when they are closed, we as subdivision workers, not me as chair, but you as subdivision worker, need to mobilise and help them. It goes to a legal issue. And it can't go any further and it can't be indeed. There's usually a reason, but we need to do something to bring back why the ratepayer is out and say, I know it's not fixed and it's been closed off, but it's been closed off because of X, Y, Z. You know, it might be it's in the program perhaps for 3 months' time, 6 months' time. You know, they say, well, it's not fixed, it shouldn't be closed off. But if we keep pick up to it, the areas is the program we cannot operate like that as a council, but we need to do something to do. So something like that is passionate about that we need to have to do our job and deliver efficiently and effectively. We need to be able to go back to that person. So, because they'll be angry and they'll rant at us, and quite rightly so. Been closed off, it's not fixed. So it's just something we can expect. Hopefully we can improve. Maybe it can go into some nice years and we can show them. So that would be something in the service, like
They send them to the wrong. They just sit there with nobody allocated. Yeah.
Yeah, good that we go into extra time because we're reaching our bedtime. The Baylor was from our community board agrees to continue beyond the exaggeration and standing with to mission to discuss the remaining items of the agenda. I'll move to the second. Thank you, Corey. Yes. Dallas. I fully agree that I also for the 2020. Would you like to speak to this, Dallas, before we throw out any questions at you?
Madam Chair, I think just throwing the lean questions at me.
The issues and stuff. Coordination day, actually with this report came out us. Calm down a little bit.
Yeah. You got a cherry house in there, which is nice.
Yeah, so would you like to start with the cherry house? The other page.
Yeah.
The last one. It's so fail. Come back to me, please. Okay, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Right. We've got the list on page 126 of the different models, all different models, which council owned or council owned on council owned, and council owned on Crown land, and community owned on community owned land. Looks like we've received reports from all of the council owned and council land and Cherry Park. Some are more thorough than others. Some are good, some aren't. Inconsistencies. So, 1 to 10. 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 1 to trying to get reports from subcountries. It takes a lot of It's also a very strong push from some members around the council table to divest rules, which some instances may be practical. My input on that when it comes up for discussion has been done for instance. And the reasons I'm reduce services, more modules, another issue that never seems to come up are on particular services for areas of construction or beyond CBD areas, towns and villages that have died, which we're not making any favor. I always feel that when people talk about getting rid of things, they look at the building and return on the building and value the dollar value rather than the value to our community. Because if it's got infrastructure on it, it may well be that it could be used for building apartments. You know, not like us, we should be student housing for the elderly as well. But just thinking outside the square that we're not actually creating any space. And you know, it's invaluable if infrastructure's there. Possible shouldn't taste actually develops. And it goes around into the future. So some may want to be tuned to green spaces. I just think getting the ideas around when it comes to the table in council, it is really difficult from our representation as community. The council is considering representing communities, but it's not a good allegation of these. They're not offering business strategies and
So I have to say that every time I talk to any youth who went to Whangaroa, the youth is really appreciate. They really are appreciative of the space. It's affordable. I live in it. It's fantastic. Go on. It's wonderful.
They really do.
It's wonderful. Why? It's wonderful because it's available. They often sit on the committee and monopolise it because the users leverage them and it's cheap.
I agree. And the one in Malta, it's the same thing, you know. They love that's the hardest community.
They treat it like I'm only familiar with three. The Waipapa one, the Cherry Pike House, and the one Whangaroa. And they all of the people who run them treat it like it's their own personal house. Which so it really gets a lot of support. So I'm with you on the let's not sell these things because they offer a huge amount of value and they do get well used. Whether or not they get converted into something else over time is a different story. Because it's that for me, it's that whole idea of return on investment. Like you get a property that was built for a specific purpose and it's going to suck up more money to keep going that way and it might have more value than something else. But getting rid of it, I don't think we should sell to the land.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, Joe, because like Whangaroa, for example, it's a heritage program.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
it's a heritage precinct.
On the water, so, and it's hugely used, and they have 600. It's really busy.
I mean, Cherry Pike House has got nothing like that, but it's still incredibly well used. Which is what I'm surprised that it wasn't used when Jane and I went round there on a ticket tour, you know. So yeah,
and Waipapa Hall,
yes,
using it, you know.
So I suppose what we need to look at with the spatial planning, if you're cast a wider net and look at the same way. Let's take one for example. It's predominantly used for dance.
Oh, yoga bowls, yoga.
You know, I just. So what I look at is it's quite a valuable set. And to put a light under the dial, therefore to be a community centre. And to be, you know, it's like, do we assume that these people can hire a trees theory?
Yeah,
It's very cheap.
exactly.
And the committee set the fees and now the use groups. We sit ex officio on those committees as watchdogs and to make sure that so the discussions keep coming up every year and we're going into a long term and money's to write, council to divest what they're doing. And we are supporting our communities and the community spaces. Question, I guess, that I put into this, with these sites being in busy CBD, centralised, I guess, locations and communities. Are they viable in the sense of, because the Bushman Council has to best could move that we as current members and well, the boards, which means that we would also be not just continuing to externate and grounds. So
an interesting exercise I think the council could probably do is like an organisational risk. You know, what are our risks with these venues, I suppose, you know, because like they're not all the same.
But I don't know, like adding to that, which ones could you potentially sell? Because there's a lot you couldn't. So you mentioned the stores.
Yeah,
well, but that is one that you can't sell because it's got heritage. You probably can't sell Cherry Park House, not that you'd want to, but because it's in a flood zone. And it's got real value as an alternative site for something else potentially in the future. So if you really went through the whole list, you might find that there's not that many that would actually meet the criteria to turn into dollars.
I mean, the biggest thing with big kind of is depreciation. You know, it's not a huge saving ultimately. Yeah, because the stuff of the depreciation because it's so old. Yes, yeah. But like it's a shiny music, like you want going in Kaiko, which is going to be.
But I guess the older they are, the R&M's just going to keep increasing.
Sorry, just for me, should we be encouraging the communities to talk about or to have a discussion around divesting potentially the spaces that we see? I wouldn't say those at the front because they're all getting used, but I mean, if there's I don't know, I'm just thinking particularly because in my mind, I'm thinking of the profile of our communities having a conversation because it's also the north and the current of the east part are bringing there as well. But they have different sort of purposes for those specific communities. For example, not to mention the fact that this the RSA memorial, most other things. But I'm also mindful because I'm listening to you talk about and how that was developing and the status of the whole changing because other venues are being. That being said, you know, there's a hell of a lot of involved specifically, but good thing to look at. Appreciate that on the floor about everyone's conversation with the whole communities. I really look at the future of what potentially that's going to set the next and keep them to have listening to it. But yes, got some differences in community things like that, argument spaces for us and so appreciate it.
They don't in other exercise things that they tried to actually dispose of divest of.
We're fortunate. We've got committees largely, I think, across the halls that are pretty functional, that are getting, you know, throughput of users and they're well known. But the real risk is that if that stops happening, well, God, then what?
So most of my groups again, at that
Nobody wants to volunteer.
No.
Increasingly regularly. Challenger? I just love it.
Expecting to have like a solid floor, crazy.
Back in the dim dark reaches of time in 2016, when the last policy strategy was.
Yeah, I was going to say, why do you keep sending us the old one? We need to do a new one.
At that time, I know that we went out to every single board committee because I was helping Sue, hopefully, what one then. And we said, if council was to divest it, would you take it on even if we just sold it to people $1? And every single board committee went, absolutely no way, we can't afford to do this if council doesn't pay the bill.
Exactly.
Yeah. Every single one.
So I've got just a couple of things, Bella, that I know that council's in a booking system for Waitangi, and there has been some discussion, because it's a very complicated to use booking system, but there has been some discussion over a simple front end that might be useful for town. I've been talking about maybe having some standard documentation. Like I've done a whole bunch of stuff for lots of town, and we could have some such stuff that if they wanted it, they could use, like code of conduct and a charter, you know, to be on a town hall committee, because there's nothing that writes that goes on than policy. So I just throw that back as to ideas we can streamline, and if you get people on the books, it's ask.
Through the chair, the strategy and policy is actually being reviewed, which I think personally it's long overdue. As you say, we didn't even include the tier buggouts in the strategy in there properly. Buildings too, but absolutely can do that. We're including Memorial Pool and phase 1 with their booking system in Tradeway, but we can introduce them to others.
It comes to there, but
yeah.
I mean, they may just go, no, we don't want to, but we're spending, you see from our accounts in Russell, we're spending something like $800 a year on Skedder. A lot of more than 2 months.
This is so hard because they treat it.
Yeah.
You know, they're not supposed to work, but they're especially money away. They do expect council to, Whangaroa Memorial.
Is it 190?
Whangaroa has been apparently council been trying to push a booking system on them for years, but they still use an old paper calendar that they write the bookings into. But it works. It works. Yeah, they're in the like 80s or something. Booking works.
Whangaroa Village Hall. I use it weekly, no charge. You know, it's like there's no charge for periods. And yet they have cheap accessibility to it. It comes up with $10 an hour.
Yeah, we wouldn't understand. I thought Mario was expensive.
If you're a member of the committee, but if you're not a member of the committee, it encourages, because we were struggling to get sort of 3 or 4 people to show up to the meeting.
These are the sorts of things that I look at when they pay a booking clerk $1,440 a year. They pay a treasurer $1,018. They pay the chairperson.
Wow, which one is that?
On page 171.
Oh wow.
That is the only thing I know that she pays the community.
Really? Yeah.
Plus they get the advantage of the $2 an hour fees. These are the sort of things that we need to be
Well, that's where you have the code of conduct and law.
We need to be realistic. No wonder council's got them all now. It's a tricky one, and it's been going on for years. So I don't know how much less we are to be jealous. To be honest, every model's different, every town's different. As I said, fortunately in our ward area, our pools predominantly are used and looked after very well. They're not open. They are quite a cost to the breakdown. And even why you want to surround it by strategic locations surrounded by pathways. It's really well maintained.
It's a memorial.
Yeah, it's a memorial. It's not, sorry, it's an ex-service school.
Yeah, but it's still
classified.
Yeah.
Which basically meant that all my old neighbours have passed now, built it. And it wasn't waterproof properly, and the membranes that leaked and broke back, you know, over the years, slowly fixed it all, and the house, you know, the intent was there at one stage, the back, the rear of the house. So these doesn't so they now maintain it's not actually end. So the intent behind this review is probably to divest again, and I'm not sure how we can assist there because we need to basically know that we have better opinions, user groups, particularly through and in that I think that comes into our spatial planning, obviously.
There is a chair. I think that also we need to have another move on that all's being care, resilience, and events, you know, civil defence and emergency management component.
Well, it depends on what the emergency is. If it's fire, it's actually quite helpful. You know, it really just depends on what the emergency is.
I'm just saying, having that lens on it, community by community, is aside from marae and churches where people gather for an emergency, and also then it might be able to have a different funding lens.
It sounds like we kind of, I haven't seen losses in the system. Feels like we're begging for some kind of objective measurement framework for looking at these halls around, that includes some subjective measures as well, you know, but it does look at trying to understand what's the value, because otherwise we just look at the cost. So the things that you were mentioning there, Belinda, they're the costs, the actual physical, real dollar costs of it. But clearly they do derive, apart from the resilience factor that you mentioned, Peggy, they give a lot of other value to a whole bunch of people in the community. And we need to find some way of capturing that, because otherwise it does become really easy. And it looks arbitrary then about how you've made a decision to sell that one but not that one, if you haven't kind of gone through some kind of standardized way of looking at it.
You can make a statement saying they're costing us a lot of money, but we need to quantify that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we do.
Yes, because we're guessing, we don't know.
We're guessing, but you know, it might be that there's no depreciation going on. We give stuff remains thoughts or so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it mean we do, you know, like we do a feasibility study to see, you know, get a status on it? Because just the one line I'm thinking, the rules have changed over the years because of not just its purposes, but because of the, you know, the states of emergency, but also the fluidity of people that transition into the community, you know?
Yes.
For example, primary school used to use the hall inquiry quite a bit, but with like hall, you know, because he was the big instigator and investing into the hall, as an example. We've got a new principal who's, you know, she's got a different colour on things, so I think for me it's just a sense check to see some of the events that we used to have in the past carrying regional theatre ones. I was part of installing the new PA system to make sure there wasn't me just buzzing in the air. If we've got to revamp the stage and have we've got a 32 channel so we can have some bands actually is really important. So there's investments that happen, but then I'm saying that calls no longer there with power plumbing. So once again, I'm thinking in my mind, just keeping a sense check on who's involved in the hall and watching people come and go in our communities, because things can quite easily change. And it's where I think the hard part is thinking and investing. Suggesting something like, you know, for our communities, like this, the asset something else is, because this is something that will lock us into the future. And and quite, quite reasonably, and people that are so passionate about all the content in Aotearoa we took cleaners and volunteer. I mean, she's a part of the furniture there, isn't so I've got to make sure that she's not screwing away with things. So I'm mindful of rules, but I appreciate it too, and the reality that these decisions they go on the table. So this is a need to the council and community here. Like this is setting precedents for the future of our communities, and the way things are going with the restructure is happening. Quite a limited space, especially with the LTP and everything else that we played. One was a perfect example. Or Simpson Park, like we make this agreement and all that work's been done. What we don't want to see is all the work being undone. So it's a matter of locking in the holes that we know. So I get it, and I wholeheartedly support. There are holes that have been maximised and have been for generations. And I'm keen to look really behind these communities. So it's today, so it's the perfect example.
And that's a big Corey why I'm interested in having some kind of formula or framework for evaluating it, because then somebody who comes in later who doesn't know them as well as we do can make an arbitrary decision about let's convert all that to dollars.
Well, we should just have a workshop and agree what are the key criteria.
Yes. I'd be into that, James.
And then we can just check it's the do a matrix and figure out.
Yes.
It was done a lot.
It was 10 years ago.
It's changed a lot. It's a bit like libraries, we say we're going to close it down. Everybody comes out.
But no one volunteers to clean.
No, but it's a sanity check. It's a sanity check to do it again. It's been over 10 years.
It will be done again. But my concern is with the workshop at today, I don't even get a vote at the table. That's my concern, is how do we it's
what table are you talking about? I know, but
Yeah, but what is that table?
Through the chair, I worked once in Australia where a council had a really good community plan that had literally asked the community which assets they valued more or how they felt about it. They literally built their planning on, how do you feel about the water, how do you feel about that wall, how do you feel about that statue. It was a fairly big piece of work, but I quite like that because, if you took that to money and old people clinging to things sometimes in little remote areas because,
Yeah.
So if you only ask the users, that bunch of ladies who say do knitting in the corner, Switch and Bitch Club, right? So you only ask them. But if you ask, local embroiderers, if you ask other people, like people perhaps my son's age, who, they might not feel the same.
To that point, I think, if you were to ask Waipapa, for example, I don't know, this would be just me guessing, but I think it would be a relatively accurate guess, if they would prefer to have the Waipapa hall or some sort of multi-purpose centre, say Te Pua Waitanga, I'm fairly certain I know which one that they would vote for, if they were given a this or that.
It's interesting, I'm watching the Facebook comments, should we lease ourselves some land so that we can afford to pay for some of the And there's a lot of people that just go, no. It's really interesting.
And I also, my experience of Tamaranui was they have a memorial hall that's not fit for purpose, it's huge, it's old, it's really costly, but it has asbestos in it. Yeah. And the sentiment of the community was to keep it. But I also know that if you built a new one next door that was carpeted and air conditioned and warm, modern and star-linked out, they'd very quickly forget.
Mm.
So sometimes people don't know what they don't experience.
So what do you want to get out of this conversation? It's really, I'm looking to Dallas as actually, I went through this 10 years ago, and it was driven from within the council. And so is this. It's not driven from the that's
Pascal, and maybe there are objections.
And we really, it's just a recommendation to receive it, and this report will be used. Oh look, they're not making any money. Oh look. And we need to get rid of them.
But you said, sorry, just to go, Madam Chair, when you went back and said that we'd already developed a framework against which we could evaluate it. So surely they shouldn't only be looking at the amount of money that
10 years ago, there was a lot of.
So isn't that the issue? Like, is the reminder that the money that we get from it is the point?
They're 10 years down the track. So it's met.
Well, that's why Jane was suggesting we revisit the framework, just because it can't just be about money.
We don't know the real value of build cost.
No. Well, we use because in the absence of any other data,
they don't match the whole of the revenue. They're not matching the $1 Dallas.
I'm going
to have to go soon to have a meeting with Mark and try to
So we're just putting this recommendation through. All the ones who are responsible for it have provided.
Chair, I think also I'd like to run a short with you about what information to capture in talking breaking it down. So I really do want to highlight they are, as you can tell, while doing that, maybe within up the folks that need building room and build. I haven't seen them, but they're hugely used. I want to, so we're going to send out the next one in November. So hopefully we can revamp that as well, the annual form, but also get out there and get out there with my team. Allow that. Yeah, so I just want to give them a bit of support so we can capture that information. Yeah, and anyone else who wants support too.
Going to Colorado.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
I hate to say this, but we'll be at reform. We're going to be smart about it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we'll just receive this.
No, but I am becoming a convert to it's got some potential, that place.
I adored the roof there.
But it's interesting to me, like if you think about all of these halls, and then all of the ones that we don't own, like the golf club and the scout pool and
Kingston
House. And Kingston House. There's an enormous amount of stuff going on in the communities, isn't there, where people are needing somewhere to meet. It's extraordinary. There's a whole subculture of people meeting.
Okay, recommendations. Move Tyler, seconded by Jane. Please. Against. Carried. Page 221 our Oh,
thanks.
See you later, Alex.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You might not be Cass. Okay. Guidelines from our people receive the guidelines from our community open resolution sheet. Today. Double up here on the dump station. Here's Roger. Then I put remove and then I put no leave for the over page. So we've got
we looked at here with the session about the dump station in relation to the open resolution report. And yes, that was the one where we said this is all this works at the moment. So there's that one, but then the updates are still, I think we're saying to close that one because we're still in the resolution at the time. So leave the first one. Yeah, the first one, and we can remove the cessing disease. Yeah. I got to remove because I missed it today. Total mistakes. Basically, which didn't go down too well, but we would hopefully do something done there. In terms of reference to the update.
Hopefully that's not going to not all those things are being really smart, so that's but we just say that I will probably see it in today's
and then I've got actually that on here.
Yeah, they haven't been shipped. And they are in danger of running out.
But I missed the back of the package.
Yeah, because they haven't come back.
Sorry, I wasn't
here. I meant to be a report this month, but then it's been fine.
And I know Emily's going to do looks at me every time I say something. You are so. The funding guidance, at Kaikoura Planning yesterday, they said that they would like any applications that come in from outside the district to provide a letter of support from whoever they're working with inside the district or whatever, and we're going to add that to their one. So if the board is interested in that, you can do that as well. That's your Sorry. But we can have a think about that at the next workshop. It was more, it was a splash save one that they were doing, which the application had come in from someone based in Auckland. Oh, they often do though. Yes, but the board has said that they would, that particular board has said they would like to have a letter of support from someone within the district that they're working with or that supports them, so that they know that they're not just coming in and doing it without any support of a local group. It's just something to think about for the future. That's fine. So. Basically not. Big charge. Yeah. So Christmas for a very long day. Thank you, everybody. So, no, for the day. Oh, yes, I do, Nick. I better open this. Everybody who's tuned in today for a very long meeting, just a little bit of results otherwise. And thank you, Council Court. The story it looks like you are a stayer. And I will ask for
Robert Milton Grooves for Therese to me a long time since it's on Edinburgh citation. The reason why I want to acknowledge him because that's like the trail travels for a lot of our areas. And he associated with it and made people feel his needs here. And I think he formed a relationship with a lot of our community subdivision. Has been to acknowledge it, because this has been
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, everybody, for attendance and attention to today's timetable and agenda. A lot of stuff got through. And it's, we went past the hour mark, so that's totally. Just something to get us all home safe and sound. We're in to make pocket to my tail and top of the floor, and get to doing Mari, top of the floor, out the floor, to our home.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.